Trojan family, Trojan gang. What it do, y'all, man? What it do? I'm finna get straight to it though. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm finna get straight to it, man. Bring my boy JA up in here. Know what I
What's
mean?
up, my boy?
What's up with it, man? I'm finna get
Like
straight to it.
I'm in the truck with it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna turn out the
You in the truck
video.
with it for sure. On the road
Ooh,
with it. You stay grinding. So ain't nobody
man,
surprised.
we can't have it no other way, my boy.
But yeah, let me share this screen, man.
All right,
Let me share this
you
screen.
starting right now or no?
Yeah, I'm already live. We already live.
All right,
We gotta talk about this for sure, bro. What's up, Josh?
I'm gonna jump off the cam now. Is that cool?
Yeah, you jump off cam.
All right,
Man, Trojan family, man, how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling right now? Right? Yeah, bro. He went to Oregon. That's two players we did got that then bounced to Oregon, man. So like, what's up? Like, is we finna be a feeder school for Oregon now? Is we gonna let Oregon let us develop players? We gonna develop players and let Oregon take them and the SEC take them? Because Pregnon, that's our development. His first year from Wyoming, he played, he started, he was all right. He came back this year and was an NFL talent type of player. So Pregnon is a player that we developed. We had Bear for 2 years. He went up there. So is we finna be a feeder school? I feel like Oregon be plucking our talent, right? They look at it and be like, well, damn. What's up, Jamie? They look at it and be like, well, damn. If they comfortable with the USC bag and if USC got them in the love sauce, we come with this Oregon bag. We know we could take them. So it seems like Oregon is be trying to pick off our NFL talent that's on our roster in these other schools because these other schools feel like we ain't got a bag like that. So the NFL talent, they try to pick off our roster, bro. That's what and they even do that in high school with the high school talent, right? We'll be recruiting the player, Oregon to pick them off. Any 4 or 5 star Oregon come at the last minute to any kid committed to us. They come at the last minute and try to hit them with a bag. I know some kids in the program. So man, we can't be a feeder school to these to Oregon. I don't like this at all. What you think, Jay? I ain't liking this.
I feel like it's oh man, um, the bag. It gives you a whole different perspective of like what kids are shooting for, and Oregon's playing on that, and they're in a position where they can. So it's like if you got a bag, you can offer the kid the bag, and then you can pretty much pull any kid out of any school that you want to. But see, one of the things about it is they kind of they showing their face.
Right.
Because if you're showing your face, how it's going to be is just like, okay, well, you a top talent, you a top draft. You could have went into the draft this year, but you didn't. SC kept you, right?
Right.
So if SC was able to keep you from going to the draft, and how much now Oregon coming in, well, how much did they offer to keep you?
This is what I think be happening. See, Pregnon, he could have went into the draft.
Right.
So I think will be happening. They be comparing the money they could get from the draft to the money they could get from the NFL draft. And I think Oregon gave him the bag. Like he gonna make more money staying at Oregon for a year on a rookie contract. What up, Ben Max Suka? How you feeling, bro?
What's good, man? All's well.
But
Man,
just to finish
Pregnon
what I
and
was
went up to
saying,
Oregon.
but just to finish what I was saying,
Go ahead.
if they offer the bag, SC offered them a bag, now Oregon coming in like, oh no, we're gonna give you more.
Right. Somebody said he had made a deal with SC. Like we renegotiated, made a deal with him, and he still left. Oregon came and beat that, and he still left. So Pregnon was a case of the highest bidder, bro. Like this is a case of the highest bidder. So it's like, is we gonna be mad at these players? We gonna keep getting mad every time a player chooses the bag over us, or is we gonna get the bag? Or is this is the life? Is this is what it's gonna be? That Oregon gonna always be able to offer more to any player that we might want. I don't want to see a future where Oregon could take any of our players at they willing, at they choosing, because they got a bigger bag. But it's looking like these kids is gonna choose the bag over education, over playing time, experience, development, whatever. They're gonna choose the bag over everything, bro. Because Pregnant could have, they even gonna choose the bag over the draft. So they can make more money in college. These dudes gonna stay in college and get the bag. So it's like, I think we expecting too much when we expect kids to be mature and make the mature experience adult decision and be like, money ain't everything. I got the bigger picture. It's hard to ask a kid to see the bigger picture. And that's when we asking if we come up with a smaller bag for these kids to see the bigger picture.
So
right?
the question is, I think, listen, what was he pegged for? In what round was he pegged to go if he would have came out?
I think they said he was like second day, like second, third, fourth at the latest.
I heard anywhere from second to fourth round type shit.
Yeah.
That wasn't enough money for him. So if I can make that money, more money than that in 1 year in college, because if you give me a fourth round pick, what we gonna make, a couple of mil? And you gonna spread that out over what, 4 years?
Right.
I'm gonna stay here and make that couple mil right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to the draft. I gotta wait, recoup 4 years. What's a fourth round pick? Let's say if he do go fourth round, the draft is funny. That's less money.
Yep.
And then some fourth round picks don't even make the roster. You could get drafted in the fourth round and get cut during camp. The NFL be doing that. They cut their draft picks. Like if you in the fourth round, you ain't even guaranteed to make the roster.
It's actually a benefit for, and I'm not mad at this, to be honest with you guys, like just so everybody knows. The kid is guaranteed more money to stay in school, to go to a college to where they're going to pay you a bag, as opposed to going to the NFL. When you're going to be drafted, if you're going to be drafted third round, fourth round, just like you said, Carter, and you could be cut, or would you rather stay another year in college to where you could be able to get a substantial bag? So I'm gonna go play. So let's say, let's give an example, right? So I'm gonna go play for the Browns or whatever NFL team, and they're gonna pay me $400,000 a year, no guarantee, because the NFL could cut you like no tomorrow. Or I could go to Oregon and I can make me $1 million or even a 750. Or 900. If you think about 900,000 compared to 300,000, that's 3 times the money for just playing 1 year. So it's like you gotta what's that quote? You gotta get while the getting is good.
Exactly.
And that's what a lot of these kids are doing. They're like, while this is in place, these kids are gonna keep doing this.
That's
they're not gonna stop, and I'm not mad at them. I'm not, because imagine when all of us were youngsters, we were athletes. We were running track, playing basketball, playing football, doing all this. We never had any of this offered to us. So like, how can you knock a kid that had the opportunity? What would you, if we had that opportunity presented to us when we were youngsters, then the whole entire system would be different right now.
Right.
This is the new norm.
What I'm saying.
We got to get used to it. This is the new norm.
Yep.
It's the new norm. This the Wild Wild West. It's a free agency now. You know what I'm saying? Kids are getting agents. People are getting managers. It's the way we used to know it, the traditional way we knew it, where kids went because they knew they can. This is a product of me going to the league. No, the money has changed that now.
Yep.
So we see the outcome of what the money has done. with the NIL, this is what Nick Saban was talking about. This is what certain coaches were saying. You know, it's not about the traditional powerhouse no more. Alabama, you ain't got enough money for me. I'm going to go over here, go to Florida. I'm going to go over here and go to Oregon. Oregon got a lot of money. You know, with Nike behind them, they can go get anybody they want. So This is the new norm. They saying pony up, bring the bread. You ain't got the bread, I'm not coming. It's not about football anymore. It's about straight money right now.
And I see B Jones in the chat.
B Jones in the chat. B Jones said we offered him 7 figures. So goddamn, what did Oregon offer him? What's up, B Jinx? B Jinx, hit that link, because you told me that USC, bro, was gonna focus on the trenches, and we was gonna drop the bag on the trenches. But it seemed like B Jones said we did. So if we offered him 7 figures, like I feel like Oregon getting smashed by Ohio State like that, I think Phil Knight is even gonna double down even more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
it was an open checkbook. I think it's really open now. Because if we offered him 7 figures and Oregon beat that, bro, they throwing bag, bro. So that Oregon getting smashed could be the worst thing that could have happened to us.
Now, could I ask you guys a question?
Go ahead.
All right. I don't have any kids, right? I don't know if you have kids or anything, but like, you know, I have nephews and, you know, nieces and stuff. They all play sports and everything. Now, how would you look at it for your kid? And I'm a diehard USC fan, right? We all are, right? Because we're on this channel. But how would you look at it if your kid, even like B Jones put, got, okay, let's say 1.2 million, right? But you, as a parent, is seeing your kid, and then Oregon's like, well, I'll give him 1.5. Where would you tell your kid to go?
1.5 compared to what?
1.2 or $1 million. Well, if they're like, we'll put another $500,000 on it.
Is it worth it for that $500,000? Because the old saying is all money ain't good money. To be honest with you, are you
right?
Ain't known for putting out no linemen, no offensive linemen. They not known. They don't develop character like that. They develop for the right now. You know what I'm saying? Tell me it's only a couple of D linemen that panned out at Oregon. A couple of, I don't even know no O linemen that really panned out up there. So you got to look at the whole thing. This is what the parent is doing. Don't look at the money because a couple of 300,000 more. Is it really worth it?
Well, then, like B. Jing said, 800K. So even 800K, if we offer 500K, and then he went up there for another 300K. Also, we got to consider every situation. So when we're considering every situation, you got to look at, where did that kid come out of? Not Wichita State, or where was he out of? Where did he go to school at before he came to FE?
Who? Pregnon?
Yeah,
Wyoming.
So if he came out of Wyoming, he worked his way up to where it is. So what they're doing is they're playing their contracts in college, how adults play their contract, their second contract, third contract in the NFL. It's the same thing, but it's just less money, and they're doing it earlier.
Right. So my thing is, though, to answer your question, if I'm a parent, I ain't gonna lie, it gonna come down to my belief in my kid. So if I feel like he going to the NFL, if I feel my kid an NFL talent, I'm telling him, fuck the money, play where your heart at. Play where you feel like you closest to the coaches that gonna give you the best development, and play there. Because we going to the NFL and getting the bag anyway. Now, if my kid, I don't know if it's like 50-50, he the regular type of athlete, then I might tell him to get the biggest bag. So it all depends on potential. If I'm Pregnon father, I'm telling him to stay at SC. Because you going to the NFL regardless, and SC got you to this point. When he came to us, he wasn't an NFL draft pick yet. His stock wasn't that high. At the beginning of this season, he was a projected 5 to 7th round NFL draft pick at the beginning of this season. Now the latest one I seen, he was projected 2nd round or 4th round. So you didn't went somewhere, you didn't got better, bigger, stronger, and your draft stock rose. You can actually go to the NFL right now. So if I'm pregnant on that, I'm telling them to stay at SC. Why are we bouncing around?
Well, see, that's a lot of challenge with it too, Carter. Is a lot of these dads, and they don't got the right people in their ear. And my whole thing also with this particular situation, well, I guess with all of them, they're not looking at the aspect of the degree. They're not looking at it what's going to happen when they get that degree from SC. If you look at it, look at Fox Sports. We got Matt Leinart, we got Reggie on there. Everybody else is sprinkled in. You know what I mean? Like the life after football. They're looking at it right now.
They can.
And we live in a microwave society. That's what it is.
Yup. B. Jones said Bear posted back like we never left. Do y'all think Tony Jones has something to do with it? I mean, I'm pretty sure Oregon used him. I'm pretty sure they use him and Bear. Of course, if you going after a player and you got his teammate on your team, you gonna wiggle that. You gonna at least inquire, like, well, hey, what was your relationship with Emmanuel? Can y'all put in a word for us? So hell yeah, I think Tony Jones had something to do with it. Hell yeah, I think he was telling Pregnon, because you know Tony Jones don't like USC. He hate us. So hell yeah. But money talks. That's a small factor. But I feel like, yeah, him and Bear has something to say.
But Bear hurt himself. Bear hurt his own. He hurt his draft stock, man. You know what I'm saying? When the word come out about him in detail, you know what I'm saying? They took a fly on him because of what they see. You know, this dude right here, he's not credible. You know what I'm saying? We'll see, and people will see. You know, but like I said, Oregon hate us anyway, bro. They hate us bad. Anything to stop the motion of us, they gonna do it. They gonna up the ante on anything. So anything to set SC back, that's Oregon's mission.
Right. Because to add to that, I feel like it's only room for like one powerhouse on the West Coast, really. Right? Because the fact that on the West Coast, we ain't got a lineman and a lot of linemen and D linemen that's coming out of high school ready to plug and play. Right? So we probably got to supplement in the trenches a little bit going down south. Now, the West Coast ain't got as much talent as it used to have in the trenches, but we got enough talent to stock a program or two. Like, but it probably ain't enough talent in the trenches on the West Coast to have like 3 or 4 teams that's championship level. So we always fighting with Oregon to have that balance. You feel me?
Yeah. That cafe.
So like he said, Oregon is always even going to compete with us, even though they did better than us. Look, they was in the playoff. They're ahead of us, but they still got to make an effort to keep us down. Because
they haven't won no chip, though.
If we rise, they ain't won no chip. Yeah, they ain't taking advantage. But I don't care about them not winning the chip. They still taking away enough players to prevent us to build a championship roster. You feel me? So think about all the kids that they stole out of Southern California, the Ryan Pellams, the Peyton Woodyers, the Aiden Brelands. I could go on and on. Imagine if all them kids was on our roster would be looking stacked, and we'll be like, we got a championship roster. We just need to develop them. So if Oregon wasn't in the way, we'll have that talent that we need, bro. So how I'm looking at it on the West Coast, we gotta dominate the West Coast. We can't be the second team on the West Coast. Like if Oregon the first choice on the West Coast, it's going to be hard for us to build a championship team, bro. Especially if we ain't throwing NIL bags to kids in the South. Then, if Oregon gonna dominate the West Coast like they've been doing, then we got to be able to dominate another area. But dominating the South, we can't dominate the South because they NIL bag is up too. So we gotta win California. We gotta dethrone Oregon. We gotta bring them down a notch because with our NIL like this, it ain't gonna be enough room for 2 on the West Coast to build that championship roster. In my opinion, we could do it if we had our NIL bag right, because we could go out of state or we could complete better with people, the Southern California kids. But long as Oregon on the West Coast, and they got more money than us, and they're going to offer more money to all the Cali kids, they're going to continue getting the majority. But if they continue getting the majority, we ain't going to be able to build a championship roster, Jay. We got to knock them off, bro.
I get what you mean.
We got
Uh,
to.
it's gonna have to be some real going hard in the paint, if you know what I mean, for us to be able to really do what we gotta do. It's gonna have to be, we go after all of our top talent and then you sprinkle everything else everywhere. Now, one thing we do have to see with Oregon is they're not just doing it to California though. They're going everywhere and dropping the bag.
Yeah, but they doing it here though too. They
Yeah,
started here. They
but they
start.
coach is
They
trash.
taking look. They coach trash, but they taking our blueprint, the Pete Carroll blueprint. Get the best players in California and sprinkling in with out of state players. Now, all them California players that they've been getting, they ain't been developing though. I seen a statistic. It said 18 out of the 22 Oregon starters was transfers, and we know they've been stacking classes for the last 4 years easily. So they shouldn't have had that many transfers starting if they were developing that talent.
Right.
So
Well,
Oregon,
well, 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 like I say, I'm a diehard USC fan too. All diehard. Been since I've been a little bitty boy. But we grabbing too many transfers too, instead of developing and letting the kids play. Now I understand plug and play. I understand getting some upperclassmen, upper statesmen, elders men to be able to go in there and ball. But it's like at the same time, Carter, you and I were talking about this earlier. I was like, man, you got to look at it, and I'm gonna give it from a different perspective now too, since we talked. But you know, a lot of, well, some other schools, they're playing the freshmen. So, like, you look at it, Caleb Downs, he balled out at Alabama, but the only reason why he balled out because he got on the field. When we had somebody like Leonard Williams, the only reason why Leonard Williams balled out because he got on the field. Like, you got to put the kids on the field. Like, we know what a Desmond Stevens is. We would never know that if he didn't get on the field. When you put some kids, I coached for years, right? I
let
coached
me ask
like,
you this. Hold on, Jay. Let me ask you this then.
right.
So, so what freshman you would have played this year that we didn't play? Like what freshman that you would have put in and who you would have took snaps from a freshman?
Okay, so I know all my DBs are leaving next year. Every single one of the DB I recruited last year would have played this year.
All right, all right.
From
Hold on. Walk with me. So
uh,
all them DBs would have played, right?
yep.
Do you think them DBs playing? We would have made it to the playoffs if we would have played the freshman DBs. Like it would have had a major different outcome on our season.
You don't know till they play.
No, I'm just asking you though. Like, I'm just asking you. I ain't
No,
saying like,
I can't say they would, but I can't say they wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't know until I see them play.
all right.
You get what I mean? Like, you don't know till the kid's on the field. Like, okay, we
Now,
know they
tell
played.
me the players though. Now tell me the player. Now tell me the freshmen that you would have put in and who you would have had them taking snaps from.
Okay, so we heard about, and I was at that spring game with like Marcellus Williams, Conley, Ruben, Gallegos. Like,
Con,
I'm not saying these kids are going to have a full-time role in the defense. What I'm saying is that I'm gonna play them to see what they can do in game situations and see how they react to it. When you and I, Carter, that was the first time that kid. Well, it wasn't the first time he played in the game, but that was the first time he got real run was Stevens. He got that interception, almost returned it back. You would have never known that if you'd have put that kid in the game.
facts. I hear
You know
you.
what I'm saying? So like even with Cam Fountain, like, okay, we start playing him more and more and more, but you could already see his level was intensifying. So like imagine if like you would have just played him more through the season. If you're gonna burn his red shirt, just burn the shit. Excuse my language. Like go ahead and like
That's
let
what
the
I'm
kid
saying.
play.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, so is it worth burning a red shirt on a season that was gonna fail anyway? I ain't saying you wrong or right. I'm saying it's just pros and cons to playing a
I
freshman.
would have just done it. I would have just been like, you know what? F it. I'm just gonna I'm gonna run my squad because at this point,
So you would have burned all the freshman DBs. They'll all be sophomores going into next season if you was a coach.
I would see which ones ball the most, and some of them gonna get their red shirt year burnt.
I feel you not because you got 4 games. I feel what you saying. Like they should have got more burn to see if they was ready.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you can't tell in practice. Some players actually do play better in the game, right?
Yeah, it's just like
I
Allen
feel
Iverson.
like
We talk about practice.
yeah. So I agree with you on that, but I know how they be thinking, right? They don't want to burn a year with you. They don't want to have only real 2 productive years with you. So if they play you as a freshman, you might just be developing. You might not actually be superly helping the team or making a big or major impact, but you developing and you cool.
Right.
In the next year, okay, you ready. The next year you come ready. You a sophomore, and then you hit a junior, and then you go to the NFL. So then I only got 2 years of productive play out you. So I think they be trying to save a year. I think they be trying to get 3 years out of a player of they playing at a high level. So if we play you as a freshman, unless you like Jeremiah Smith or Caleb Downs, something like that, us playing you really ain't gonna help us that much if we really a good team and we just developing you.
If that makes sense, I'll tell you this: they're trying to maximize the time as opposed to maximizing the player.
That's what I'm saying though. They trying to maximize the time that they got you on campus so we can build that depth, build up that position.
We can look at it from this past year, even with the tailback situation, bro. We had 2 top tier tailbacks. It wasn't just I know everybody's like Woody Marcus bomb, and he was the great, he was awesome, and all this, but Quentin Joyner to me was just as good as him, other than catching the ball and in pass coverage. But he was just as good as running the ball. He was just as good as coming downhill. I feel like he was way more physical than Woody. Um, so it's like what was the utilization behind that? And then also you have to look in the last game, how we gonna bring in this dude Justin Tuonu, or I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Hey brother, if you listening, I don't mean to knock that, but it's like why wasn't he playing? What happened with the point of when we were playing against Michigan and that right tackle we had? I don't even want to remember his name. But then we brought Tobias Raymond in, and Tobias Raymond actually kept it cool. Like he actually. So at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take him and grow him. I'm gonna
But
take him and build him to the next level.
at this point, though, I'm happy they didn't burn them freshman red shirts.
Well, in certain
We
situations, you're happy. Other ones, you're not.
we gonna need them. Nah, because I feel like there was no freshmen on the squad. And you right, we don't know because they didn't play. So I would say this. I ain't trying to act like I know everything. I'm just saying I don't think we had a freshman on the team that would have changed the circumstances of our season. Like as far
I
as
don't
play.
think it was either. But when the season was
Okay.
done,
So look. That being said, though, I'm feeling like I'm happy we didn't use them then. We gonna still got 3 years out of them because if we did use them and they was legit, they was ready, they probably NFL bound. If they NFL bound, they probably going to the draft as a junior, right? So if we did
Mhm.
play, they was legit. We only got 2 years with them. Now we still, no matter how good they is, we probably got 3 years with them. Even though they
That's
could come out as a redshirt sophomore, but we still probably got a better chance of having 3 years with them now since we set them that 1 year. So
I feel
yeah,
like there's a lot of kids though, Carter, like that could play. It's just they're not playing. So it's to where like, all right, when I remember I was on campus at this time, right? So I remember when Marquise Lee came in and like everybody's like they're gonna put Marquise Lee at DB. And then when Marquise Lee went to wide receiver, he played DB when he first came in, spring, all that, right? And then they put him at wide receiver and he was different. He was so different that he had to play at a freshman. And they had a lot of wide receivers above him. Like, they had Ronald Woods. Who else was there? There's like two or three other wide receivers above him. But he was just different. So it's like, you gotta, if the kid looks different, whether it's in practice or whatever it is, then you play him. Like, there's no way that kid in Ohio State, the wideout, and he looked trash in the playoffs, but the kid been balling every year, the wideout. He's been balling all year, you know. The same one over there in Alabama. And they're gonna have a I'd rather them this is how I look at it. I'd rather have them have their slump. You know, they call it the sophomore slump. I'd rather have the freshman slump in their freshman year, gearing up for their sophomore year, as opposed to happen coming in the sophomore year. Where everybody got game tape on you, like, you know, and they can know how they can be able to, you know, be up in the box on you and, you know, be able to be physical with you and all that. Like, no, like, I already have that tape on you. So, like, if I'm a receiver coach, I'm like, listen, like, man, bro, like, this is how you get off. This is how you get off of it. This is like, you know, your interchangeable movements and things like that. So they don't get that because they're not going up. They're going up against the competition that's in practice, but they're not going up live game competition.
Right.
And then I love SC, man, you guys. I love SC. But like when you saw that bowl game, you know, and you look at it and for everybody who's watching this, go look at Texas A&M roster and then look at our roster. Like if you look at, they were playing a bunch of freshmen and sophomores. They were throwing them in there. We weren't throwing them in there. Our whole goal was just to
Yeah,
win the game.
we definitely should have been playing them more in the bowl game. We definitely should have seen them
You
young.
have nothing to lose. Like, okay, 7-6 versus, I guess, I mean, Lincoln Riley.
I
You know,
mean, it don't matter. Like, just like my boy Will Isaiah Rubin father was saying, like it didn't matter because our DBs was getting ate up still though. They wide
yep.
receivers making plays on us. So it,
Humphreys was getting doused it. You know, like, you know, I mean, much respect to Carlos Nicholson, but it's like that. I know, like, you know, Deontay Lynn, like the long and rangy DBs, but if you really look at it, bro, they was getting their ass ate up. And I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. They was getting ate up by wide receivers. They're not top tier.
right, right,
And I look at it like, what does practice look like if you're dealing with, you know, the Jacoby Lanes and the you know, Makai Lemons and the Deuce Robinsons and all that. So like if you're dealing with them, they look good in practice and everything, but they're going against the second string. So if the second string is going against that, which is probably majority of our freshmen and sophomores, the youngsters, then why not throw them up against a top, well, you know, supposedly a top tier SEC school and let them go against them? Let's see what it is, one-on-ones with another school, not one-on-ones with our own school.
right. What's up, B Jinx? I'm glad you hopped in before I change the subject. What you think about
What's going
Hey,
on, my man?
Jinx, my
What's
brother, how
going
you
on?
doing,
What you
brother?
know? What you know, fellas? Happy New Year to you.
Happy
Happy
New
New
Happy
Year?
Year,
New Year.
fam. But Jinx, we've been waiting for you.
Yeah, man. I caught a I just logged on. I hit Carter, told him to give me about 15 minutes. I was wrapping up on some stuff, but the Pregnon thing. You have a situation like that. I think Pregnons, and I think, well, Oregon, from what I understand, they offered them 800. All right, so initially he could have went to the draft, but
Right.
it depends on what type of draft grade he got, whether he was second round, late second round, or maybe third round. And if you when you figure it, you know, his agent figure, okay, look, your rookie contract might be, you know, 600 to 750, maybe 6 to 700. Let's just play it safe, 6 to 700. It would be smart for him to come back and get that extra 100K and probably and possibly, you know, improve his draft stock to see if he can get that bumped up to an early second round or maybe even late first round. Now, I will say this:
And
if we
I
offer
got a
them,
question to ask you too, B Jinx, after
hold on,
this.
hold on, hold on. All right, cool. Let me wrap this up real quick. If we only offer him 550 and Oregon offer him 8, a lot of times when you got a bigger bag, it boils down to big bank take no bank. They can afford to, you know, just throw some extra money at him that maybe he may not even be worth, especially for an interior offensive lineman. Now, if he was a left tackle protecting the quarterback blind side, and he was that righteous like that, then yeah, you might want to pony up. But we talking about the interior offensive lineman. Now I know I said that we were focusing on the trenches, but you also don't want to shell out a bunch of extra money like that for an offensive lineman that's only got 1 year left. Go ahead,
Right.
my man.
Well, I was going to ask you, B Jinx, when we talk about like in regards to what he could have got in the NFL,
Mm-hmm.
when's the last time, and he wants to build his stock, right?
Right.
When's the last time we seen an offensive guard go first round?
Right. We haven't. But then again, we don't know what his draft stock was. We don't know, what his agent was telling him, what type of reports he would get back. I know he was considered to be one of the top interior offensive linemen, but if Oregon gonna offer you more than what you can make your first couple seasons in the draft, it makes sense to come back from an economical standpoint. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
The issue is he spent the last 2 years at SC honing his skills. Like Carter Sports said, he came from Wyoming. He really wasn't that high. We brought him in, developed him a little bit. He got stronger up under Ben and Wiley, and he really improved, especially in the run game this season. So if other coaches looking at this tape, and I heard him mention something about Bear Alexander Hamler, right now, there aren't any rules to this type of league that they're playing in now, especially with the unlimited transfer portal and the NIL, which is pretty much pay for play. All of the tickets for somebody like Bear to send him out a quick tweet, hey, look, what SC paying you, I already got word that we can get you 800, and boom, now he gone. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand it from the kid's perspective, and if you're looking at making a quick extra 150k, then hey, no, good luck to you. Well, I wish you the best, but I wouldn't overpay for an interior offensive lineman like that that's only got 1 year left. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it either. I
So
feel
y'all,
like that.
I wouldn't beat the 800K.
No, not for an interior offensive lineman. Now, if it was a left tackle, somebody that was Elijah Page status or maybe even higher, then yeah, because he's got to really protect that quarterback. Yeah, you pay for those. You pretty much follow the same model as the NFL. Who get paid in the NFL? The tackles that protect the quarterback blind side.
But Pregnar, he was good in the run game though, and don't we want to run the ball more and shit? Like we in the Big Ten now, we always had
Uh-huh.
these guys, and we talk about the balance, how we should have ran the ball more, and we need to
Hmm.
more to 50-50. Don't this hurt that though? Shouldn't that have been a
Well,
priority too?
interior, you can get some out the transfer portal that can run block and still get the same results. It's different with the left tackle because when you do drop back to pass, you don't have to worry about no defensive end coming off the edge, strip sacking your quarterback or cleaning his clock. You don't want that. So you want Maeva to be as comfortable as possible, and not have to worry about his blind side. Now, um, we can get some serviceable, interior offensive linemen. Like I think Alana Noah did a pretty decent job, and
Right.
we
And he
also
he
have.
picked up steam at the
Right,
going
right.
into
He
the
picked up
year. Yeah.
steam. Yeah, and the more burn he got, the more comfortable they got. Understand what I'm saying? You got to remember, again, we're playing in a whole totally different league. So a lot of the coaches' concepts, the way they call plays, are going to have to change. Even the personnel is going to have to change. And we saw that with the subtraction of the offensive weapons we had, and we started showing up the defense. And I know you probably going to get into this later on in this live, Carter, about the defensive safeties that we picked up. I really like those defensive pieces that Riley and Lynn has brought in. I'm loving those defensive pieces. So
Yeah, we
yeah,
can talk about it right now.
yeah.
Get on some good news. I don't want to be all
Hmm.
negative.
Carter
You
and I
got
was just talking about this. I was like, man, the blessing about getting that safety is it makes
Right,
Kamari and him interchangeable.
right, right.
it's just
So you don't have to bring
It's
like
gonna.
one in the box and keep one out like
Well,
how it
I
was
think
this past year. Either
from
one can
what
do it.
I understand, they're bringing in this kid so they could play Kamari closer to the line a lot of time, and bring him up to show up that run support, especially off the edges, timely blitzes and stuff like that. But I'm really loving the way they put this defensive roster together, man, with the interior, with the defensive lineman, um, the secondary that they bringing in, the cornerback that came from where he come from. Was it San
San Jose
Jose
State.
State? San Jose State, which is Ramsey Gard's brother. Now they bringing this kid from NC State. They bringing in some experience, but they bringing in some dogs, man. They bringing in some dogs. So I'm really loving it. I do agree with Carter. At first, I wasn't sold on it, but now I am as far as finding another rush in. But we definitely need to
You
get a
think
few
so, Big Jim?
linebackers out. Oh yeah, I think we need somebody that's proven to get to the quarterback, not only to get to the quarterback, but to push the Cam Fountains and to push the Elijah Newbies in practice. You need
Yeah,
somebody to push those because if you don't have anybody behind them that's really a threat to take their position, they'll get content and get lax, thinking,
yep,
okay, look, ain't nobody in here that can, that's going to be above me. So I might as well not even push myself. So I agree with Carter. I wasn't sold on it at first, but now I am. We need somebody that can actually get to the quarterback. Somebody that resembles that Latu or maybe even a Thule. Man, we miss Thule so bad. You don't
right.
realize how special of a player that Thule was, the original number 49 was, until you see, well, hey, look, we couldn't really get to the quarterback at all this season.
Yeah. It
At
changes the
all.
whole. It changes the whole face of the defense when you
It
get to the
changes
quarterback.
everything, my man. Everything,
Yeah.
because now you're able to do more with the back seven as
Right.
opposed to having to bring in a delayed safety blitz or and sometimes you're gonna bring some exotic blitzes like a corner blitzes. That's a part of pretty much every DC's scheme. But we would have to bring safeties all the time. We have to bring safety and corners because our defensive ends or we couldn't really get any pressure with our front four.
Yeah, when you could get pressure with the front four, now as a
Right.
DC, your whole playbook is open and you could play safe.
Right.
You could play it
Right,
safe.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right,
And then
absolutely.
DBs gonna play better,
Right.
right? So you could be even more aggressive with them. So
And that's why if you go back and look at, a lot of those schemes that we ran, we will always wonder why the DBs was playing, you know, 7 to 8 yards off of the line of scrimmage, especially on a short, 3rd and 5. We were trying to keep from getting beat deep because Lynn knew that he couldn't really get home. Even with his
yeah,
safety blitzes, we couldn't get home. So they
right,
had to play bail coverage to keep from getting beat deep. Because if you play press man and you miss and ain't nobody get home, it could turn real ugly for you, especially if you got an accurate quarterback. It could
right.
turn real ugly.
Most definitely. So that's why I was saying, B Jinx. I'm like, man, bro, we need an
Hmm.
edge that we know is gonna
Right,
come for sure and get pressure on the quarterback.
right,
That's when Lynn's system thrives at its best. That's why they
right.
was so great at UCLA. Not
Hmm.
necessarily, it wasn't because of the talent, it was because they was able to get pressure on the quarterback.
Right,
Now the scheme is
right,
brilliant. Now,
right,
like you
right.
said, you do more with the back seven and it make it more simpler for the back seven. So
Oh
that's
yeah,
so look, even without that pass rusher, Lynn still bumped the defense from 130 to 30th rank. So
Right.
right.
imagine what he would have done if we had a pass rusher. We probably would have been top 10 or some shit.
Yeah,
Like,
we would have been top 10 easy if he had a pass rusher like Latu was at UCLA, or even like Thule was for us.
It would have been a
Man,
wrap.
that it would have
yeah,
been a wrap.
yeah,
That
we don't even use
we be in the playoff. We would have been in the playoffs this season had we had that.
Just on defense alone, not even offense. Just
Yeah,
like the
now,
defense.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because you got to think about it. A lot of those games we were in it, we just couldn't get to the quarterback, or we couldn't get a stop, So we lost it by either 1 or 2 points. I think the most we lost was like what, Notre Dame, and that was on a couple pick sixes. You take away those pick sixes, that score is tied. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you look back at your Penn States, your Michigans, your
especially
Minnesotas, your Marylands,
man,
all of those games we were in. We were never out of any game. Hell, even with Notre Dame, up until the last, fourth quarter, last 5 or 6 minutes
they
before
broke
that
away.
first pick six. Yeah, we were in that game. As a matter of fact, we were driving to tie it up.
I just see somebody say Achille Ardo with the, compared to the kid we just got Bishop. I think that kid Bishop is a little bit more athletic.
From what I was saying, he's better. He's better than Arnold. From what
Yeah,
I was saying.
he top tier.
He had the second highest PFF grade on defense.
Right.
Oh, in all of college football?
Yeah, Bishop Fitzgerald. He had the second highest PFF on the defense on his team.
Right.
So he's like a kid that changed it for Ohio State when they brought Caleb Downs.
I don't know if he got that type of ceiling,
but
right.
But
he's right in that realm. You know what I mean?
Look, he going to the NFL. Right. He had 55 tackles last year. He had 7.5 tackles for loss, so that lets you know he can play in the box. They was bringing him up to the line of the scrimmage. If you're a safety and you got
interchangeable
tackles for loss, that means you playing in a box.
Yep.
Right.
He had 8 pass breakups, 1 forced fumble, and 3 interceptions. And I think the season before that, I think he had 5 interceptions.
Now, can you guys imagine?
He can play. He's all ACC honorable mention. He could play for sure, bro.
Can you guys imagine with him and Kamari? Oh.
Yeah, if they could stay healthy, man, that defense, I'm telling you, that defense is going to be something special. I'm interested to see what our cornerbacks are going to look like, though. I know we got a little depth. We got Christian Pierce and Marquise Gallegos, but it's going to be interesting to see who Belk and Lynn start at the corners, whether they stick with Nicholson, who fits his identity that he want as far as the length of the DBs. And we still got that other tall B, what's his name, Malachi Crawford. He's coming off of an injury. He's coming off of an injury though. So I know we got some other dogs that's there. You got your what's his name? Williams. What's Williams' first name? I'm having a brain fart, man. The young kid, the freshman. Max Williams, Max brother.
Oh, Marcellus.
Yeah.
Marcellus Williams. You still got him. You still got the kid out of Florida, the kid out of Texas, Boatwright, and the other kid that's out of Texas. What's his name? The DB. I think it was number 22? Conley. You still got those kids, but they're not proven right now. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they go after another corner in the portal.
We're gonna go after another corner. That's why we have tried to get Chase and Johnson even after we got Harvey. So we still on the lookout for another corner. For sure.
He back at UCF, right? That kid back at UCF.
He made them up the bag. He did his little free agency tour. Like these college kids going on free agency tours every summer.
For real.
Every year. Yeah.
Now I got a question for you guys.
Portal. Yeah, go ahead.
Are y'all starting the Carlos Nicholson?
Right now, because he has it depends on what they do in the spring. He has the most experience at cornerback. So yeah, he probably would, lead the team reps in practice. But if you got some of those freshmen out there, then especially with the first 2 games, that's going to be your preseason. I think I said that one time before on one of Carter Live. That's going to be your preseason. So your spring in the first 2 games, it's going to give you all of the tape, all the film you need to see who you're going to be able to trust going down the line once you get into the meat of the conference. Because this season right here, we got to be set. We can't be figuring it out like we did against LSU. And that was the reason why a lot of those younger kids didn't get any burn towards, during the season, or especially in the bowl game. I think it was better because we had to make a statement. Riley had to win that Texas A&M game. And in order to do that, you saw it, we had to come from behind to win that game. You don't necessarily, pull that out without playing your experience in that game. I think it was more important for us to win that game than it was for us to play those freshmen even in the second half. Because Riley been 2 SEC teams doing, in one season will bode well for your recruiting, whether we realize it or not. Hey, look, when you're talking to the Cali talent, hey, look, y'all don't have to go to the SEC. We beat up on them all the damn time. Look what we did to LSU and Texas A&M. You can
Right.
stay home. You can stay home and and get developed and not worry about having to go across the country, even if they do offer you, a little more money.
Yeah.
Right. I'm with Terrence though. Ain't no starters to the competition hit. Everybody on the
Right.
bench until you gotta take your starter spot. Everybody backups
Hmm.
until you show me. So I'm am I the starting the Carlos Nicholson? If he's the best corner, I don't
Right.
care. Just like y'all said, this is make or break year. So I don't care what season you in. I don't care about none of that. The
I agree
best
with it
with
yeah,
it.
I agree that to a certain extent. That's why I said it's going to be very key that we see what you got doing, not only during the spring. Well, during the spring, everything going to be vanilla. You're not going to really show any exotic blitzes, or you're not going to show any of your playbook in the spring, even in the
Hmm.
first two games. But what's going to be most important in the first two games is that you get those freshmen in the fire, because they should be able to handle the top talent from those schools that we're going to be playing. They should be able to handle those no problem. So you come in, you like you said, you start from scratch. Everybody earn a position, and you put the best out there, and you figure it out after during those first two games. Even doing, I think Purdue is like the third game. Even with some of
Hmm.
that game, you see who can mix and match with whom, who's going to be able to play better with which players. So, and who can you trust out there on the island by himself to match up with those cornerbacks and to play the press man and see what type of pressure you can get with just four, maybe five people. Yeah, that's what you want to see in those first three games.
Right. And so like you said, so we start the season right now.
Hmm.
We got a lot of unproven talent in the DB room, right?
Right,
So to make
right,
us feel better about that, that's another reason going back why we need that pass rush. Like
right.
if we got a lethal pass rush, we less worried about the DBs. So on us, I see USC priority. He said they were going after the second corner before Nicholson got his JUCO year back. I think we still need to
Okay,
be going after the second corner, USC priority. I think we
I
still
think
need
so too.
because I feel like
I think
we need somebody elite, especially if we ain't gonna get no elite pass rusher. Then we gonna need a elite DBs. Go ahead, BJ.
I'd rather have an elite pass rusher than to have
Exactly.
that extra elite DB. I'd rather have that, because even with an elite pass rusher, if you know he's gonna get home, even if you have to play bump coverage on the outside on the boundary and put a freshman out there, the freshmen that you recruited are good enough to hold their own. Even once we get into conference play, they can hold their own for 2 to 3 seconds until that pass rusher get home and do his job. So give me the elite pass rusher. Give me that before you give me an elite corner.
Right.
Man,
Then if you disguise your coverage enough, in the secondary, you really don't need no elite another elite corner, because they'll be able to hold that disguise long enough for that rush to get home. So yeah, I agree with Carl.
Right.
Give me an elite pass rusher.
what you think, Jay?
I'm to me this is like a catch-22. Well, I guess it's not, because I don't know. I'm in the. I was there on campus in the Pete Carroll area, and there was so much going on up front that it confused everybody to do anything else to throw to the White House or even the tight end. There was so much, and people were scared. Teams were scared to literally run the ball. They were kind of scared to pass it too, because you don't never know what might happen to your quarterback. So I guess in essence, looking at it, I would go with what you guys are saying in regards to having the elite pass rushers. And I also think about the linebackers,
Right.
because when you think about the linebackers, you know, and like, I'm being old school. I know we're past those times, but no, the tailbacks were scared to run the ball. Because if you're gonna get hit by Ray Maluga, Brian Cushing, Clay Matthews, like, and one thing I loved about those linebackers, they filled the holes fast, but they filled the holes with physicality, which is what I
but
love. What I see
they
from
were able to fill those holes though because you had big tanks
those
up
big
front
boys up
that ate
front.
up blocks. Yeah,
Yeah,
that ate up blocks like a Cedric Ellis.
or
You had
Jarrell Casey, or
Javier Casey
yeah.
or Lawrence Jackson. They ate up blocks, so you could have Clay coming off the edge. You could have Ray coming on the delayed blitz. They were able to get home like that because you had the big uglies, Sean Cody, eating up blocks up front. So if you
Now,
think
do you guys
about it,
think they were able to eat up to get to the quarterback faster because of the fact those big men were eating up blocks?
oh yeah, oh yeah, they were able to come downhill a lot faster. If you think about it, Pete Carroll's secondary, his corners really weren't required to do much.
Mm-mm.
Right.
You know,
It
they weren't
wasn't
For
required to
real.
do much.
our corners. We'll have one NFL corner, and the rest will be this
Right,
college level. Like
Yep.
right,
we had Sharice Wright one year. He
right,
was NFL corner. Terrell
hmm
Thomas doing that. Pete
right.
Carroll era.
Josh Pinkert. We had
But the
who else?
thing,
We had well, the only one that came out, but that was after was Kevon Seymour, but he's still balling in the league now. But
He was
it's
after
like
Pete though.
that
yeah,
was after Pete.
we had a couple, but the strength of that team
hmm
was the front seven,
Was the
right?
front seven.
That team would win on first down.
Right,
So
right.
even when it got that team stayed ahead of the sticks. So it
No,
Oh
wasn't.
yeah.
first and second down, no Carter. First and second.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They stayed ahead of the sticks. When it was third down, it was third and long. So that's easier for the DBs. That's
Right.
easier for the defense. We know you passing. Now we could throw in 5 or 6 DBs. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
Now we can get into a
Oh yeah.
nickel, right? If you gotta be in base coverage on third down, then you behind the sticks because you gotta defend the run too. You gotta think about the run too. So that Pete Carroll team, Cedric Ellis, them up the middle. Then you had Lawrence Jackson,
hmm
all kind of dudes, Frosty Rucker. They running on
Rucker, yeah, all of them
and
was up there.
the linebackers, you wasn't getting nothing on the ground. I remember teams
Right.
was averaging like 3.2 yards a carry on that defense. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's about the trenches, period. That team was about the trenches, period, though. So I remember that team, you couldn't get nothing on the ground with them. It took Vince
Right.
Young scrambling at quarterback to get rush yards on us.
And you have to think about it. We hadn't seen a quarterback like Vince Young. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they had so much trouble with them, other than outside of film. And the only difference is with this. When you playing in a game that's different from film, you can watch that kid all day on film, and they might throw in a couple wrinkles. But when you see that elusive speed, because he really didn't look that fast until he got outside the box, right? And you're like, damn, why we can't catch this kid? He's 6'5",
I
he's
don't think it
about
was
215.
his quickness though, BJ. It was he was big.
Yeah, well,
He's
He got
bigger than the
with
linebackers. I met Vince Young.
he
I was in
he was
Vegas
faster than
after
the
the
linebackers though. He was faster than our linebackers. Go
he
back
was
and watch
faster than
that
his
film.
linebackers, but he was big as the linebackers too.
Right,
when I
right,
see that game, he ran a lot though when
right.
we had our back turned. Right?
Yeah.
It was a lot of
But we were playing
improvised.
press on the outside. We were playing press on the outside.
Yeah, so if you playing press, our DBs got our back turned to the quarterback,
Right,
right? So
right, right.
I think it was a scheme thing. I think we had the athletes to stop them. We did,
Uh-huh.
but our scheme wasn't. I don't know what Pete Carroll did that game. I
Well,
think
the
we
edges kept losing control. I mean,
losing.
losing containment. If you go back and you look at that last touchdown, whoever was playing left defensive end or rush end, they got pushed inside,
Frosty
and he
Rucker.
was able to. Yeah, he got pushed inside, and Vince Young was able to get to the corner. That's how they ended up winning that game. He scored that last touchdown. He got pushed inside. So the defensive ends that either were getting pushed inside or going too far up the field, and he was taking off every single time, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we had a true freshman playing at that time too, though. Like I
Foster
know
Rucker
everybody's
wasn't a true
like
freshman, though.
I've heard so many people say the
Rucker
same
wasn't
exact.
Brian Cushing. Brian Cushing was.
Brian Cushing he
Yeah,
was he
But
was getting
look, hold on. Though. On the highlight, though, it looked like Brian Cushing is the one losing contain. because he the one chasing him, trailing. But it really was Frosty Rucker losing the container.
Yeah, he got pushed inside.
But Cushing could have saved the shit. It wasn't necessarily he didn't break down the defense first, but he could have saved that shit. Right? He could have got Vince Young, but the breakdown was on Frosty Rucker. But back to what we saying, I hate to relive that Texas game because I feel like if we played Texas 9-10 times, we would have beat them 9.
Beat them. Yeah. Like that was the one time. That was a one time out of 10 that everything just aligned for them. Think about it. Reggie tried to lateral the ball back that took a touchdown off the board.
Yeah.
Vince Young's knee was down, but we didn't have the replay, so they let the touchdown stand. You understand what I'm saying? This was right before the half.
And it wasn't that too. You know what's the other one? When they tied in David Thomas, I never forget. He had caught the ball, took a step, a full step, caught the ball, turned around, took a step, got hit, fumbled. They called it incomplete. But he caught the ball and made a football move. Like the fix was in that game. Because everybody was expecting us to win. Texas was the underdog. If you bet on Texas, you paid bread that game. Before that game, they was talking about USC possibly being the greatest dynasty ever in football.
For sure.
But even
if they would have won that game, Pete would have never left.
Well, that would have been Pete's third straight. But even with that, though, we went up 12 points with like 5 minutes left.
Yep.
If Lindale White pick up that first down, the only thing we got to do is just bleed the clock then. But they had the box loaded, and I asked Jay Walk sometime, how many cats was in that box? When Lindale got it on that, I want to say it was like 4th and 2, and I think he said it was like eight players in the box. They knew what side we were running to, but they hadn't been able to stop it all night long. But I'm like, hey, anytime you see 8 in the box like that, man, got to change that play, man.
Yeah, but they had an NFL safety who made that tackle. Huff made that tackle.
Clay Matthews is a new linebacker. Oh, you asking the question? I thought he said Clay Matthews is a new linebacker coach. I'd have been like,
that's what's coming out. That's what I heard.
Oh, for real?
That'd be lit.
I heard it might be some validity to Clay Matthews being the linebacker coach.
What y'all think about that?
I think it'll be good. He's
Has he coached before coaching?
I think he's played at the highest level. He played for Green Bay for a minute. Did he win a Super Bowl with Green Bay?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Look, he won a Super Bowl. He USC royalty.
Right.
He run the defensive NFL MVP before. He's an MVP. He had like a Hall of Fame NFL career. And he's the perfect story. He's the perfect scenario of fight on.
Yeah, because he came in as he as a walk-on.
Yeah, he was a walk-on.
He didn't even start till like his 3rd or 4th year. He was behind Cushion, Ray Maluaga, and Keith Rivers.
Right.
He waited his turn. Like he really was on the grind. His story, every player should hear his story. He came from nothing. You feel me?
Right.
And turned himself into an NFL star. So I would love Clay Matthews just the recruiting. Like we got to.
I think he'll be hard nosed too. I think he'll be hard nosed too, man. I think he'll be hard nosed. So we definitely need that.
Yeah,
he's not gonna play no SHIT with any player.
No.
And he can spot talent, man. That's one thing about it, man. They know linebacker talent. So that's what's gonna be most important, And a lot of times we're not going to be able to get those big money or those 5-stars. So you have to bring some kids in that you're going to have to develop. I remember Carter saying that one time, you have to get those 2 and 3 stars in, get them into your program and develop them over 2 to 3 years. That way, by that 3rd or 4th year, they're ready to come in, and hold their own. So I like it. If that's the case, I like it.
Speaking of coaching hires, we could, man, I was scared about this because y'all know the Penn State DC had left for the Clemson job.
Right.
So I'm like, God damn, like, I hope Penn State don't try to get D'Anton. That's his alma mater. They got the DC position opening. I was sweating before this live, but right before I came live, I seen this. It's say from Hokie Insider. In a surprising move, it appears Brett Pry is headed back to Happy Valley to return as defensive coordinator at Penn State. Coach Pry was in the middle of an unsuccessful DC search as head coach at Virginia Tech, and he chose to jump off that sinking ship. Pry was DC at Penn State previously. So it looking like they finna bring Brent Pry back.
Yeah.
I was scared, y'all, that they was gonna try to snatch Lynn from us.
At some point, we're gonna have to come to realization. Anytime you got a good coach, good coaches, coaches on your staff, somebody gonna try to come and get them at some point. You understand what I'm saying? And if they're not trying to get them, they're not doing a good enough job. The same way we were glad about getting Lynn from UCLA, he's gonna have more resources and better quality players at his fingertips over here. At some point, that guy going to either go for a head coaching job or for back to the NFL for a DC job. So you definitely don't want to lose him in conference, but he's one of the best young defensive minds in college football. So people are going to try to poach your coaches.
Yeah, so it ain't
I feel like he could do. I feel like he could do it on both levels, though.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Watching how he did with our defensive line when we got, we had a lot of players down.
Right.
And he still made it work with just the scheme.
I want to see what he'll look like with us having a full arsenal on the defensive front and on the edge. I want to see what his defense is going to look like.
Oh, thanks. That's
it'll look like. I'm hoping it will look like something like that Pete Carroll 08 defense when we had.
Right, it's gonna be vicious.
I hope it will look like. I hope it'll look like that.
It's gonna be a top 5 defense.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the top defense.
Either that Legion of Boom defense that Pete Carroll had 1 or 2 years up there in Seattle when he had those long athletic corners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping it looks something like that, man.
Up there when he had a Sherman on the corner. I forgot the other corner. And then he had
Earl Thomas and
Earl Thomas is coming knocking down heads. But that's all he had to do.
Right, that's all he had to do.
But like when it was over in Seattle, they stayed like I remember a lot of people were knocking it because of like Pete wouldn't come out of his base defense.
Mm-hmm.
He kept one base defense, and it's like this is it. Like this is what
it worked.
What'd you say, Carter?
That's how Vince Young was able to eat.
Yep.
Well, quarterbacks like Vince Carter don't come around every day, and I'm sorry, Vince Young. I'm sorry.
Well, we had a lot of injuries that game, y'all.
Yeah.
We had a lot of injuries.
How we get back on the Texas game? I step away for a minute. I come back, y'all. That game hurt my heart. Like, you feel me? Like
that's how we got back on it. You brought it up. We were talking about our defense being elite, man. You brought that back up, but I can't wait to see what like I said, I can't wait to see what Lynn defense gonna look like with a full arsenal with those defensive linemen, that edge that can get to it. We got to get maybe 1 or 2 more linebackers to show up the depth. But if we can go 2 to 3 deep along that defensive line, man, I think the sky's the limit for his for Lynn's defense.
And I see B. Jones.
He said Clay Matthews' dad was his favorite coach. Clay Matthews' dad coached him at high school.
Mm-hmm.
B. Jones, you was a linebacker?
Yeah, well.
Which one of those Matthews played offensive line? I think one of those Matthews played offensive line. Was it his uncle or his dad?
Yeah, Bruce Matthews.
Bruce Matthews was the offensive lineman, and then like they have a whole legacy in this team.
NFL Hall of Famer too.
Right. So, could you imagine?
That's what'd you call that? That's legacy. That's heritage. That's U.S. royalty.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I would love him at linebacker coach. That'd be dope. Because you know why? B Jinx, I always was telling y'all, like, I want us to be the school that all our assistant coaches is NFL dudes, especially on the defensive side. I want to be a boast and brag that. Like, if we ain't gonna have a robust NIL, We gotta have the best fucking coaching staff in the world. Then you feel me? So
Yeah.
we get all the players that's about development. That's the only way we can beat having a weak NIL is having a staff that you can't deny. Like them all NFL dudes over there.
Now I read somewhere earlier today that they talking about cut down this transfer portal to once per year. I think in January to like a 10-day window. I read that somewhere today. So I think that'll fix it somewhat. You know, you won't have that free agency thing to where kids are jumping into the portal 2 or 3 times a year and can go somewhere and play immediately. That's what's really hurting. Not so much as the NIL, then when you couple it with the portal, that's what makes the whole situation worse.
I got something better, BJ. How about if you could transfer, but it's back to you got to sit a year.
Yeah, that'll fix it. That'll fix it right there.
You got to sit
right.
That'll fix it. You got to sit a year. Yeah, so you can go and make what you want to make. Whatever your market, whatever your name, whatever your name would carry, whatever market value, you can make that. But if you keep transferring out like that, you give them one. I'll say that you give them one per season. Anything over one, no, you have to sit out for a year.
No, you got to sit out a year, period, unless your coach left, your position coach, unless this is a coaching change.
And also, no, this is a main thing also. If you transfer twice, definitely a sit out year.
Your ass sitting out too.
You talking about your position coach or your head coach?
Anyone, position or head coach, like because that was the old.
I wouldn't say position. I would say head coach. I would say head coach.
I would give you position because that position coach could be the reason you went to that school.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like you don't think Jakeem Stewart is at USC because Coach Henny?
Right. Yeah, I know he's at USC.
That Coach Henny leave today. Yeah. I bet you Jakeem Stewart hop in the portal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, if your position coach left, then or the head coach, or even your coordinator. So if you're a defensive player and you play D-line, if your D-line coach left, okay, you could leave. If the D coordinator left, okay, you could leave. Because them the dudes who coaching you, they was your primary recruiters, and them is the reasons why you really committing. Like these schools commit to the position coach more than y'all think, because them is the ones who gonna control them on the depth chart and all that. Remember at USC, I found out that the position coaches, they decided the rotation. So when Bear wasn't playing, it wasn't because of Lincoln Riley, because Coach Henny said.
It was because of Coach Henny, right?
Exactly. So
and that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley shouldn't have any say so of who Henny put into that game, especially though if Henny recruiting a guy, he know whether or not he giving 110% effort in practice. He know whether he being a leader for the team in the film room, showing up for extra work, being that leader out on the field. He knows this, so Riley's doing the right thing by not challenging anything that Henny or that Lynn got to say on the defensive side of the ball. Hell, even Belt, he's doing the right thing. You let them rotate whoever they want to rotate, how they want to rotate them. Your thing is the offensive side of the ball. That's what you control.
Okay, so let's get to that, B. Jinx. What about the rotation on the offensive side of the ball?
Which position?
Offensive lineman.
Offensive lineman? Do you leave that to the offensive line coach?
I will never understand in my whole entire life how offensive lineman is jumping. He doesn't he's getting blown off the block. And then also you come and put a guy in who is a redshirt freshman who actually holds his own. And then we come back into the next game, but you're going to put the old boy back in. And then we see him run through the whole entire season with challenges.
Well, one thing I will say about the offensive line and the way they substitute and the way Lincoln Riley call plays, those two got to mesh. They have to mesh because that's going to depend on, down and distance, how, what running plays Riley call, what passing play Riley is able to call, how you mix and match the two, who's better in run blocking versus who's better in pass blocking. If you got someone that's somewhat intermediate, he's okay in run blocking, but he's elite in pass blocking, then
Mhm.
hey, you want to have him in there the majority of the time. So we don't know what's going on in practice. Only thing we see is in the game. So when you have somebody in there, like let's take Mason Murphy for example, he had a bunch of false starts in one game. I can't remember which game that was, but they kept.
That was the game
Was
against
it Michigan game? Was that the Michigan
no,
game?
that well, he done it all year, but that was mainly against Notre Dame when he had like the 3.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. So you had him in that Notre Dame game with the false starts until I think they finally pulled him. Then they pulled him, didn't they?
No, they didn't pull him.
They didn't pull him. Didn't they
No,
substitute him or something like that?
they pulled
Hey,
him. They pulled him against the Michigan. They pulled him against Michigan. They put
Hmm.
Tobias Raymond in. Tobias Raymond, like I'm not gonna say he balled out, but he held his own. And the
Right,
thing about it is, I look at it at look who you held your own against.
right.
2 NFL D tackles and like you know what I mean. Like you
Right.
held your own against that. So now
Yeah,
like
like I said, it's going to depend on what percentage you're looking at run blocking running plays as opposed to pass plays. Who's better in run blocking? It might have been a situation to where Mason Murphy is better in run blocking. Okay, we're looking at running the ball now. Okay, he needs to be in the game, and we might be able to, persevere through these couple false starts that he's having in his game. But we need to go to passing now. Okay, well let's pull him. Let's put the other guy in. Well, they know if you pull him and put in somebody else, we know you about to pass. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of times you're gonna have to disguise or either, you know, it's a catch 22. You can't afford to sub them out because they know what's coming. So I guess it really a lot of that depends on what happens in practice, whether or not they're able to pick up, sliding off or passing off, the defensive tackle or blocking responsibilities to the inside guard, picking up the cornerback. It's a lot that go into that offensive tackle position. So we don't know. I
I
know.
know from what I've seen
hey,
at the
Yeah,
game.
hey, y'all. Hey, B Jinx, I told you,
yeah,
SC was trying to get another receiver.
Yeah,
What
they
y'all think
got that
about?
yeah,
one.
yeah,
What y'all think
yeah. You
about the
told.
Boise State dude? 6'5".
Yeah, he's 6'5". He Jacoby Lane. He almost like a mirror image of Jacoby Lane. He wasn't that productive, so he's not going to come with a big price tag. You understand what I'm saying? So I can see that he has another 2 years, from what I understand. So he'll slide right into Lane's spot after Lane leaves for the league after next season. So you want to keep somewhat of that length on the outside. Maybe you can develop him. He come along. From what I understand,
I think he
he
is
only
senior
started.
though. I think he's a senior though,
I think he
BJ.
got. I thought he had 2 more years. I thought he had
I think
two
he
more
got two
years.
more. I think he got 2 more years too.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
he just started. He just started playing football. What in 2020, from what I understand. So he's green. He has some potential, and if you can develop him, he probably has the
That's the question.
athleticism. Yeah,
Can Dennis Simmons develop this dude? And is
I
he
don't
gonna get
know,
the
man.
snaps and reps? Is we still gonna play platoon at wide receiver? Or are we gonna lock down the rotation?
You
I
got to lock
mean,
down the rotation. You got to lock down the rotation
absolutely, you got to lock down the
Okay,
rotation.
okay,
with
okay.
Lemon
So let
Lane.
me ask y'all this. What's the lockdown rotation? It gonna be 2 spots locked down? It gonna be three
Yeah,
spots locked down? Like
two. I see two spots being locked down. Lemon and Lane, and I heard
so you gonna
Xavier
parade,
Jordan.
okay.
Huh?
So you gonna parade this dude, Prince, Jay Fair, Xavier Jordan,
Hmm.
and the
And
freshmen.
whatever freshman you got coming in. Yeah.
See, I feel like all them four you parading ain't gonna be getting enough snaps. They ain't gonna be getting developed right. I feel like we at least need to have three of them locked down.
Well,
I want
I
that.
go.
I want three that I feel like getting the majority of the snaps, and I'm a parade. Y'all got to balance it out for the fourth one.
Well, it
I think
depends. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I think what why they brought him in too is you got to understand this kid comes from he has the skill set to do things,
Hmm.
but he's
Hmm.
coming from a run heavy offense.
Offense. Right.
So he hasn't really got the chance to do what he can really do, that to know what he could do. But what he's done in the limited, catches and limited targets, that he could be able to do what he has to do. Now, with the when it comes to the wide receivers this year, I'm not, I'm not, I don't think we got a wide receiver room that's like of scarcity. So like I don't think that it's gonna be a point to where like you can't like ball this kid out. We also have to consider like if for injuries, but I'm not scared of that room. Like I'm not. I don't mean like scared from a defensive perspective, but I'm not scared that like if somebody gets hurt or anything that we're going to be a total drop off. And the reason why is because you don't know what those freshmen may bring. First of all, and then second of all, we have enough talent in there, and wide receiver is something of a position to where it's kind of easy to let the kids get off if you have a great mindset of how you're going to run your offense. And then also how you're going to run your offense, if you're going to run heavy, if we got 50 damn tailbacks, which I guess we got now, so that lets you know right there what they're going to do this year.
Well, the reason
We'll
why
see.
I said lockdown two and parade in that third one, I think Riley's going to look at incorporating more of the tight end. That's why I said, you
Yes.
lock down the two and bring in that third one. So you couple the tight end in with that running game. You got two receivers that can really go and get it and limit the lane. You got two receivers that can really go and get it, and limit the lane. And you bring in, you parade in Xavier Jordan or Jay Fair. I think you bring this kid that you brought on, you bring him all along slowly, and then unless something happens to Lane, then hell, you stick with what you got and you keep those two receivers happy. They seem to be doing a job. They got the job done against Texas A&M. They had balance. You had Jacoby Lane with 6 catches or 7 catches for 3 tubs. You had Makai Lemon. He had 6 or 7 catches for like 100 yards. He just didn't get in the end zone. And then you had Kyle Ford with 6 or 7 catches for like 50 some odd yards, but he had the game winning touchdown. So that shows a balance right there. You don't have 4 diva,
nice, bro.
Yeah. So he got the catch radius, but he just didn't have the experience. So you figure about a year, Lane get ready to leave, you slide him on into Lane's spot. What you call it is back. What's his name? The senior. He's back. The one who got
McCree,
hurt.
like McCree.
You got
Yep.
Lyons, and you got Olsen, right?
And you got Olsen. That's 4 tight ends. That's like that's going to be a whole different type of game. And then what happens if one of those pop, like how, or maybe even 2? Like what happens if one of those pop, like how Penn State used that tight end Ty Warren this year?
Mm-hmm.
That kid's going to be if anybody doesn't take him as a top 10 pick, they're dumb.
Hey,
well,
we better get Walter Matthews involved. I ain't forgot about that tight end we got last year, 6'7".
Mm-hmm.
I remember doing a recruiting tape on him.
6'7", 250.
Right.
Well, I think Riley's going to really change up his offensive calling philosophy from what it's been over the last 6 or 7 years. And you got a glimpse of it in that Las Vegas Bowl when he was running Jackson and he was running Marion Peterson. We were able to run right up the middle with those 2 running backs. And I think as the game wore on, a lot of players, with the exception of that last drive, probably that DC was thinking that Riley was going to revert back to his old ways, just throwing the ball. But no, he kept it on the ground. Even when we were behind, he was running that ball. So I think that with the change of his offensive personnel, he's going to adapt to this Big Ten philosophy. It just so happened that we got a lot of weapons, a lot of skilled players that's going to be better than everybody else is in the conference, with the exception of Ohio State and maybe Oregon.
I've never seen an offensive coordinator in all of I looked at college football, like all the years and being all the games. that I've seen somebody even in NFL that can really utilize one player like what the Penn State offensive coordinator did with Ty Warren. That was
I
absolutely
have.
insane the way he did.
I have. You got to remember, we had a coach like that. You remember, Lane
Who?
Kiffin used to use the hell out of
Oh,
Marquise
what he
Lee,
did with oh,
Marquise
you're
Lee,
right. What he did
and
with
Nelson.
Marquise
Yeah,
Lee at that. Oh,
yeah.
yeah, you're
He used the hell out of Marquise Lee, man. You know, he used him more than he used Robert Woods and Nelson Aguilar. He used Marquise Lee till he just couldn't use him no more. As a matter of fact, I think Lee got hurt in one game. He was using him so much. So I think that's the game that Lane Kiffin got fired in too. I think we playing Arizona State and they fired him on a tarmac. That's the
right.
same
Yeah.
game that
Was that
Marquise Lee
Arizona? It
got
was
hurt
one
in.
of those Arizona schools.
It was Arizona State, and Marquise Lee got hurt, and that's the same game that Lane Kiffin got fired.
Yeah. The whole game. I'm interested to see like really what our team is gonna look like. Like
Mhm.
with what we see in spring. I mean, it's spring, but those first
Mhm.
couple of games is really it's gonna be it's gonna dictate like how the season's gonna go.
Uh-huh.
Now, and
I
I got
think
a
it's
question for you guys in bringing that
yeah.
up, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so especially for you, B Jinx,
Yeah.
are you? I don't know if you're sold on Mayava. If
Mhm.
not, do you think this is the perfect year to bring in the freshmen?
No. No. I say that because this year right here, I think Riley's tenure at SC is going to hinge on this year right here. This is going to be a make or break year for this is year 4. The schedule lines up for them, and they pretty much, have allowed Riley to be mediocre, even though his contract is not mediocre these last 2 seasons. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, he's not making 7-6, 8-5 coach money. He's making playoff coach money. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's gonna be a make or break for him. Do you want to hinge that on a true freshman? No, you don't. If you got to hinge your look at I'll give you a perfect example.
What
Look
true?
at what
Okay.
happened.
Also, look
Hold
at
on,
what
hold
true
on. Let me give
freshmen got
you
off this year.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. That's what I'm about to say. I was
Okay.
about to give you an example on that.
All
Look
right.
at Nebraska and Dylan Raiola.
Oh, right.
You
He looked
understand what I'm
good in the
saying?
beginning of the year, but as the year
He
went
looked
on,
good, but as the year went on and he started seeing all of those exotic blitzes, and you got to remember the majority of the games he looked good at were at home. He was comfortable. They had a good game plan where he got rid of that ball quick. When he started going on the road and started seeing those exotic blitzes, he started getting, they started picking him off. He started holding the ball too long, taking sacks. So you don't want to hinge your season, a season like this, to where we're actually set up to actually get to the playoffs. You don't want to hinge it on a true freshman. Even if you have to bring in Hewitt, the nephew, the kid, the coach's, the quarterback
yeah,
coach's
well, yeah, I
nephew.
know you're talking about. Yeah,
Even if you have to bring him in, he's still battle tested. The ideal situation for Husan Longstreet would be to get some burn in that first and that second game, just to get his feet wet. And then you go back to holding that clipboard. You go back to watching film. You go back to being a scout, offensive quarterback to help the team get ready, especially in games to where we're going to face a mobile quarterback. You go back to doing that. Otherwise, right now the best we got is Maeva. He's 3-1. He give us the best chance to win out of all three quarterbacks out of the quarterbacks that we have right now.
Yeah, we need to develop Longstreet.
Right,
Longstreet kind of playing in a simple offense in high school. It's like a
right,
one read, you know what I'm saying? One read type of
hmm
offense, two read.
right,
It's simple, like, but it ain't like he can't do the playbook though. I ain't gonna put it like
hmm
that, but he do need development,
right,
right? So I want to sit him a year. I want to take my time with him. We lucky
right,
we got him. We got him at the last minute. He raw. I feel like he got the most
hmm
talent, the most raw talent out this high
hmm
school class. We want to be delicate with him. You know what I'm saying? And Mayava got to
right,
get what his worth. I'm pretty sure if he's staying, he probably didn't renegotiate the deal. Like, remember, they're
Right.
semi-pro now. So we spending money on players. We need to get production out of them. We could take our time with Longstreet. We shouldn't even have to play Longstreet this year. Now, I would play him in some of the early games. I wouldn't burn his red shirt, though, unless I had to, unless Mayava didn't make progress and we headed in the same direction, then I might as well play him. But besides that,
now, if the season didn't go the way we anticipated it going, I would say, towards the end of the season or even the bowl game, then okay, go ahead and play them. But if we take off, if we're hot at the beginning, like Carter said, give with those first two games, maybe give him a quarter, in those first two games. Other than that, he's going right back to that bench and he's going to learn. We brought in the perfect quarterback to slide right in between the two. And he was brought in case of an emergency, something happens to Mayava. Right. He's seen the play before. He's a quarterback coach's son. A quarterback, coach's son. Like I said.
Well, yeah, coach's son, and then his,
right.
His uncle on campus can coach. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So he's he's been in the fire a little bit. The ideal situation again, if something happens to Mayava, is to bring him in and let him take over.
Right. But not if we ain't got to. I hope Mayava ball.
No, we don't have to. I hope he stay healthy all season. Listen,
I think Mayava's going to really develop a whole year, though, now.
Whether y'all realize it a lot, whether or not a lot of fans realize it or not, man, this is actually the perfect season coming up for Lincoln Riley to get to playoffs. Everything lines up perfectly. The majority of his tougher games are at home.
Right.
And Oregon right now has a quarterback who hasn't really seen a lot of action. We don't have to worry about facing an Oregon team with a Dylan Gabriel that's going to, really hurt us with his arm. Not so much as his legs, because I think Lynn can scheme up something to keep this kid, in the pocket. But you don't want him to hurt you with his arms, because then, you got to allocate more defensive backs to coverage, to zone coverage, and that'll open up those running lanes. So with Penn State, not with Penn State, with Michigan, they're breaking in a new quarterback. I wouldn't bet the house on this kid coming in and just being a world beater at quarterback, because he's going to start. He's not coming in and they paying him 10.5 and he ain't starting. So that's going to be like the question about him not playing. He's going to be the starter. So
guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's a guarantee. Yeah.
That and then we got Michigan at the house. So everything is aligning, and then we got a preseason. Like I said before, we got a preseason. So everything is aligning with Riley to be for Riley to be successful, barring a bunch of major injuries. Everything is lining up for Riley to get to the playoffs this season.
I'm actually thinking right now, especially when I look at the defensive line, B. James, that even barring injury, we will still be good.
Yeah.
Because there's so many, we look at all the defensive linemen. There's only a couple of areas I would kind of be skeptical about. And that would probably be like linebacker, because it's like who's going to step up if we lose anybody, or also offensive linemen. Other than that, I'm like, we're good.
I think we got enough depth at offensive line. I think we got enough depth.
Hold on. My boy Christian has stepped up in here. Hey, Christian,
what's going on?
Live for a minute, bro. First of all, what you think about Pregnon going to Oregon? I want to know how you feel about that.
Man,
what up, Christian? How you doing, my brother?
What's up, Chris?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, man?
How you doing, brother?
I figured when he left USC that it wasn't about a position move and all that. It really came down to finances, and I figured it was going to be Oregon. I mean, they tamper, man. They temper you. That's why I'm gonna start calling Oregon. But how I feel about it is, I hope we mollywop them when we play them.
For reals.
You want to go to the rival. You want that's same conference or the same division, But you going to someone who's trying to put their foot on our throat continuously. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Hey, the Big Ten need to adopt that SEC rule where you can't transfer within conference.
Yeah,
Follow that.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
gotta
Well,
follow
that'd be tough.
that.
What's our wide receiver wouldn't have been able to go to Penn State, but we wouldn't
Exactly.
even. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
We losing players to conference rivals.
And I know y'all
Yeah,
seen
but
that Penn State
we
game.
gained
That
off
was
we,
absolutely
we gained the
horrible.
offensive lineman from where the offensive lineman we got one from Syracuse, another one from Purdue, so we wouldn't have been able to get him.
The one from Syracuse, the real deal. The Purdue
Oh
one,
yeah,
he's like a project. The Purdue one, we got to develop him.
yeah.
But the one from Syracuse, yeah, he the real deal for sure.
Oh yeah, he's I
So I was
mean,
saying though, not to cut you off, JA, but I was
yeah,
saying though, so Chris, like, I'm like, is we gonna be a feeder school, bro? Is we gonna let the schools with the bigger bag let us develop players like we developed Pregnon? He been here for
Right.
2 years. He came here with a 7th round draft stock, moved all the way up to 2nd to 4th round, right? And then Oregon is come swoop him up. Is we finna be a feeder school? Like, is it really big bank take little bank? I feel like Oregon be looking at us and be like, if he comfortable with a USC bag, we could give him something that could blow his mind. We know we could beat anything USC offering. So the
Well, I
NFL,
feel like Oregon. I feel like
look,
Oregon feel like that about anybody. They
you're right.
treating everybody like that.
That's
mm,
exactly what I was saying earlier, Christian.
hey, you ain't
They
lying.
treating everybody. They treat everybody like that. So,
I think they feel like their bag is unlimited, which it is.
which it is.
Right,
Hey,
right. Manning got a blank checkbook, man.
no,
He
I
really
think
got a
it's
blank checkbook.
look, I think it's even more unlimited after how they got whacked by the Ohio State.
Yep.
Like
He
if
probably
Phil
like, oh,
Knight,
give him another 100 million.
look, if Phil Knight really want to see them win a championship before he leave this earth, he like 86 years old. He like, I ain't got much time left. He might
I can't
say,
spend all this money. I can't
yeah,
spend all this money and take it with me. Yeah, I want heaven on earth. So, yeah.
he might say you could give every player on the goddamn roster 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? If it takes us getting a motherfucker assembling the Avengers, if we got to get a recruiting class, the whole class 5 stars, that's what we gonna do. Like we gonna really turn this shit up to like an NFL status to where all our players is making 10, 15 million like hella bread because I gotta see a chip before I die. I'm scared shit gonna come to that. I'd rather them win a little championship right now before they really get to that point where they like, man, forget that. We throwing it
Well,
back everybody.
here's the thing about it. They got it. They can pay for all the 5 stars. We seen them do that this year. But if they're not getting coached up and developed, it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing on the field. And so they're not gonna continue to invest in Dan Lanning if he ain't producing championship. They're gonna get tired of this real quick with the money spending. So either Lanning gonna go or they gonna stop investing the money. Like it's gonna have to be one of the two. Either they're gonna have to fire Lanning if he don't get
Hey,
it done.
y'all don't
Somebody
think
got a
that
text message.
y'all don't think that it's some players that's so talented, right? It's some players that's so talented. No matter where they go, they finna ball because they just that much better than whoever in front of them. It don't matter the coaches.
Absolutely.
All right, so if it's
Absolutely.
such players just like that, say if they assemble all them players with like it don't even matter the coach. And I'm just saying, like, it could get to the point to where if they like fuck it, we giving these college players NFL bread in the double digit millions, it ain't gonna matter what coaching at some point, it ain't gonna matter. The
All
players
right.
just gonna be too damn good.
A prime example of what you're talking about right now, Carter, is really if you look at that kid Terratola from Arizona. So
Mhm. Right.
he is a SoCal kid, and I think he even committed to SC at one time, maybe. But that kid is he gonna go to the league, he gonna ball. He's done it with two different quarterbacks. He's a monster. He's a monster. Like a monster like that who I can equivalent to is like with somebody like when we had like Drake London or one that was a monster too, but it didn't translate over to the league as well was like a Marquise Lee, what we talked about earlier, B Jinx, Which I think he just went to the wrong team, and it's just like, it's hard to kind of navigate your way through the league if you're not going to hit it big at the beginning. But there's a lot of players that are coming out of Cali that got game. It's more or less about like, what are you doing to get the kids that got the game? How much you're gonna willing to pay them? Because all these, and this is where we're at with NIL. They've been here poaching and cherry picking out of California for the whole time we've been on sanctions. That wasn't happening before. So now it's like, now we gotta like make up ground. Not only make up ground, but then develop all those ties to keep all that talent in Cali. And then now you gotta step up the money game too.
It would be different if we were playing with the same bag that a Texas A&M, Ohio State, or even Miami. Miami playing with a big bag too, but we're not. So keeping those Cali kids home, you're gonna hit on some, but you're gonna hit on some of them as well. It's not as bad as it used to be when Clay Helton was here, but I think with a renewed sense of urgency to recruit Southern California and California period, I think a lot more kids are starting to wake up. You're going to see the Tristan Castro stay home. You're going to see the Marcellus Williams stay home. You're going to see some of these other kids that just going to be loyal to the soil stay at the house. So, but anytime it's hard for a 17, 18-year-old kid that's got that's looked at as the breadwinner for his household, man. A lot of these kids coming from these households to where, hey, look, he got this athletic talent, man, and we could use that, that 800K that Oregon is throwing at us. We could use that 1.5 million that Miami is throwing at us, and they're gonna give my sister, some money. And what's the kid that recently committed to Miami? Was the defensive end that got the sister that ran track?
Yeah, that's Hayden Lowe. And so you guys know, you guys know, so I don't be like no cap about anything. When Carter and I was at the game, Carter, did I introduce you to him?
Yeah.
Was I like, oh no, this is my family right here, Hayden Lowe. Like this is my folks right here, like that's folks right there. So it's like, he's like, what? I'm like, yeah. And then he had all them linemen. Remember, he had all the linemen next to him and everything.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard for a 17, 18-year-old kid to turn down that type of money and just look at, okay, well, in the next 3 years, I might be developed enough to get to the second round or even the first round if I'm lucky enough to stay healthy. When I'm looking at 1.5, if I go down here and they're gonna take care of my sister too, it's kind of hard for that kid to turn down that type of money, man. So unless we're gonna find something that can match them to keep it home, we're gonna find ourselves forever in a situation like this where Oregon come in at the last minute and swoop out a kid, even if they don't plan on starting him, even if they don't plan on playing him. Hey, look, let's just keep him away from USC, and you'll find that being pitched to a lot of these kids that, hey, look, you are our guy, but they have no intentions on playing this kid. They just want to keep him away from the USC. And the more kids see talent leave the state of Cali and get big bags, they're going to leave regardless, not thinking about, okay, I may not even see the field for the next 2 or 3 years.
Because them 2 or 3 years, Oregon will pay you to ride the bench though comfortably.
Right.
And then once you used to that Oregon bag, even if you leave Oregon, you probably still don't go to SC because you looking for a bag. You probably go to A&M or another one of them schools, Texas, that's dropping a bag.
Well, you think it's short term is what it turns into. You become a 1 year rental for the next 3 or 4 years to where you don't even develop. You just been getting bags of cash to sit on somebody's bench. Well, when it's time for you to finally leave college football because you've exhausted all of your eligibility, whatever you didn't save, I hope you invested or spent it wisely, because Now you don't see a whole bunch of Oregon talent going high in the draft. If you ever notice that, they might have one or two linemen that might go high. But for the
Mhm.
most part, even their skill position players, they don't go high.
Nope.
Hey, look.
Hold
Trojan
on, is
Fight.
Chris is still on?
Hold on.
Okay.
Trojan Fight said it seems to be some agreement that Oregon players have maybe in their contract to not go to USC if they go in the portal. Think about all the players they lost the last 2 years. And he kind of got a point. All the players that didn't opt in the portal from Oregon, we ain't got none of them. And they be having a gang of them hop in the portal.
Right.
But he's right. Since we got Travis died, the first year Lincoln came,
That's the only player we got out of Oregon.
yeah, that
Right.
transfer.
But I
So
think he
that's
had
why I
graduated.
think
He had graduated already, didn't he?
Travis died, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he had
Yeah,
already
grad
graduated.
transfer.
He was a grad transfer.
Right. Right, for sure.
So again, it's kind of hard, for a 17, 18-year-old kid to turn down that type of money, especially if your family ain't never seen that type of money at one time. You wake up one day and hey, come sign with us, and then in the next, 60 minutes, you got 1.5 in your bank account. That
Well, and
changed up a
also
whole
B
bunch of
James.
stuff.
Also,
Man,
B James. That's when I remember I asked you guys that question earlier, and I was like, "Would you tell your kid to turn down that?" But it's kind of hard to say yes. It's kind of hard
Hmm.
to say no. I mean, we're going off a couple 100,000. All of us are
Right.
sound brothers, so we all obviously telling our kids a whole different perspective of life. You know what I
I
mean?
think I think it depends on the situation or circumstance of your household. I always told my kid played D2 basketball, right?
Okay.
And he played football and he played baseball. I wish he would have stuck with baseball, but after he started playing AAU basketball, it kind of changed him. He fell in love with basketball. So I always told him, "Hey, look, son, whether you make it or not, Dad gonna be okay."
Right.
A lot of these kids' situations are not like mine, though.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
I've been fortunate enough to make that type of money over my career. So dad not, dad lights not gonna
Yeah.
be
They're
turned off
not like trying to
if
push you to go to a school because I need
yeah,
some
yeah.
money.
I want you to go where you're gonna be developed, where you're gonna, feel like, okay, your family there, where you're gonna, it's gonna best suit you down the road because you gotta take care of yourself once you leave this house.
So how do you
I'm
guys
fine.
think? How do you guys think we're missing it? Or do you think that? Okay, I get. Oh, this is like a two-sided question, I guess. So,
Mhm.
how do you guys think SC's missing it from the kids not knowing the value of an SC degree, or is it that the parents don't realize the afterlife after a USC
Mhm.
degree?
I don't think they
But
care.
I don't think they care either.
That's
Again,
plain and simple. I don't think they
yeah.
care. It's not about degree. And
Because you go to
I
school to
mean,
make
let's
money, right? You go to
even
school to make money, right?
yeah, even before let's be real. Even before NIL and portal, most football players still didn't go to college because they cared about the degree.
Right.
Like, you
They
know
want
what
to
I'm saying?
get to the
They
They
go
league.
because
went
They
because they
want to
just
get to the
thinking the
yeah,
league.
league. I'm going to the league.
yeah,
I'm going to yeah.
yeah. They didn't care about education.
Right.
Because I'm sure all of us could agree. It man, you know, I mean, to come out of high school to go to USC is like,
Hmm. Hmm.
oh my
look,
god.
let me tell y'all something. Look, this how we gotta get the kids, right? We gotta tell them like you gotta invest in yourself, bet on yourself.
Right.
You not betting on yourself if you selling out to the highest bidder, right? So I remember I heard he was either Master P or Birdman from Cash Money. And he was like, they was like, somebody offered him some money for their record label, like a certain amount of money. And he said
Hmm.
it was a lot of money. He didn't take the deal. He went home, like his wife, his girl, somebody was mad as fuck. He didn't take the deal. Or his brother, somebody was mad. He
It
didn't
was
take
it
it.
was that was Master P. He got into it with his brother about it.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about. But
Yeah.
Master P logic was like, if they offering us say 10
Hmm.
million, then that means
Yeah.
we worth like 100 million. Because
Right.
Right.
these are businessmen, they ain't gonna make an investment if it ain't a mass profit. So if they
Hmm.
offering us 10 million, then we at least worth like 20 million. So no,
Right.
I ain't gonna take that deal. I'm gonna invest in myself. You just let me know how much I'm worth. right? So
That's
he
a
was independent.
that's a perfect example, though. Also,
Yeah, so you bet on yourself, right? So you betting on yourself. First of all, you getting that great education. So no matter what happens, you got your own tool you can stand on. You ain't gotta depend on the system. You ain't gotta depend on the NFL. You ain't gotta depend on the music industry. You independent, or you got a great ass degree that you can make millions over the years. And on top of that, you betting on yourself. So you believe in you making the NFL. And why you making the NFL? Because we got the best coaches in the world over here. So that's why I think the only way to beat this NIL, we gotta assemble, we gotta keep a Avenger squad of NFL coaches on our coaching staff. So when we recruit these kids, we gonna tell them they getting the best development from the best players that done it on the highest level, right? So
and one aspect, I want to play off you, Carter, on this one. And you're like, you're gonna totally. I don't mean to cut you off, but you're gonna we gonna all play off for this one. It's really about the support system you have, right? And like
Right.
what you said, the way he did is the same thing LeBron did. LeBron got offered by Adidas like $10 million. He
But you
went
gotta
and
also
signed with
remember
Nike for
though,
90 million, but he had people in his corner was like, "Nah, don't take that $10 million."
yeah, but LeBron was already getting money,
I
before
mean,
that.
yeah, I
We gotta
know.
be honest.
bro,
Well,
that's
He
yeah,
was getting money before that. Now, come on now.
in 11th grade. He was
Yeah,
getting
in
money.
11th
you don't
grade,
think he
in
was getting
11th,
money back then?
yeah, he was
That's what
getting
we
money.
saying.
Probably his 10th grade year, man. He was taking care of his household, from the 10th grade, man. That kid was getting money to go and play in these different
He was
AAU
driving a
circuits.
Hummer in
Yeah,
11th grade.
Oh yeah, I do
yeah.
remember
So he
that.
was already
Hey,
getting money, but again, like I was saying, a lot of people, situations are going to be different. It depends on how bad the family need the money, man. A lot of these people, they got bills, they got, they start making plans. Time they figure out their son is talented, they start making plans. So the weight of the household is now on that 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid's shoulder, especially, God forbid, if he got a kid. If he got a young kid, oh man, it's a wrap, man. From what I said, Ron Palin has a young kid. So that
Man,
money look good to him. Now
we
he
gotta
can get his kid. Now he can get his kid's mom off his back, because she needs some money. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah,
everybody's situation gonna be different, man.
but you gotta I know, but the way we gonna get them, we gotta preach that development and that longevity in the league. See, 97% of the college kids don't even get drafted, right?
Right,
Out that 3% that get drafted, only half of them make it to their second contract, right?
right.
A lot of players after their rookie contract go out, they out the league,
mm-hmm.
right? So we gotta show them, look, bet on yourself, and betting on yourself is playing a long game. So having a long NFL career, get this development, you're not only gonna get drafted, you're gonna thrive in the league. You're gonna have a full career in the league. You know why? Because we played in the league, because we coached in the league, and we know what it takes to thrive in the league,
Right.
right? So that's what we need to be preaching. Bet on yourself. Don't take the short, fast money. Hey, look, if these schools is offering you millions, then you know right there you got the NFL talent. You just about on your way. So you might as well bet on yourself for the long run, not the short term, the short money. You risk getting not developed by the best.
I think another thing that was heard in the recruitment efforts was at one point Riley was saying that, hey, look, the kids got to at least be on campus and enrolled in school before they start collecting NIL money. Well, Oregon was pretty much, hey, look, you sign with us, come out of high school, we're going to put this money in your account as soon as you sign. So that's
Right.
another thing that was heard in SC as far as the NIL and recruiting. Otherwise, a lot of those kind of kids were going to Oregon.
I'm gonna tell y'all
They
some
asking
game
us,
right now.
hey,
No, no,
hold on,
no.
hold
I'm
on.
gonna.
They
All right.
asking us where we think Pelham gonna end up.
Well, no.
Oh no, he just got into some legal trouble, didn't he? Just
Yep.
last week.
Nah, wasn't that
Palin is
Nah, that was
non-league.
Salem. Yeah,
It was
Salem just got
Palin.
into some legal trouble.
no?
Yeah,
Oh
Chris,
yeah, he
you're
probably
absolutely
did.
right. No, it
'Cause
was Palin.
oh, he did. I know Lacey did too from LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lacey, but
Lacey get
Pelham did
jail.
before him.
What Lacey
Yeah,
doing? He's jail though,
Lacey hit somebody. Caused a car accident. Somebody died in the car accident, and he
Yep.
fled the scene.
and he fled the scene.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he fled. He caused the accident for speed and traffic and all that, and he fled the scene. And people swerved, and the old man ended up dying.
It was a military. It was a former military. I think it was a military guy that died.
I think it
So,
happened the
uh,
same weekend where he got jacked up at it. It happened that same weekend when that dude flew in all them people up down there in Bourbon Street.
I feel
so,
sorry. I feel sorry for Lacey though, because they
so,
was
so Lacey
already.
gonna do some time. So Lacey gonna
Yep.
do some time, man. He gonna do some time.
That's messed up, bro.
Why?
Nah, I'm just saying. No, I ain't saying it ain't just somebody died. So I ain't saying like that. I'm just saying it's an unfortunate situation. He was talented. He was gonna go to the NFL if he stayed healthy.
Right. But that's just like the kid from the Raiders.
Yeah, he
You
about to
you
get out
flew
though.
you flew down there. You were drunk. You did that. It's like, bro, I've been in jail before. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry to say that to people, but I have. But I had to go. I had to go to jail. So it's like I ain't did no prison time or nothing. But it's like, man, you gotta accept your fault of what you do as a man. When you 18, you're not a kid no more. That's in American standards.
Now
So
I'm
it's
just
like
saying, like, I was just rooting for him because they was kind of on his character just off when he played that game with us and he did the
because
little
9 times out of
he did
10,
the little
the
gun sign.
character.
Hold on.
All right.
I didn't even finish this saying what I'm saying. Nah, I'm just saying, like, remember he played us, they played us, he scored the
Hmm.
touchdown and he got the penalty from the little gesture he did with the guns and shit. Remember? And he got
Yeah.
flagged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They was like cooking him on Twitter for that, like, oh, this old thug. Like, I didn't like that. So I'm just like, damn, this feed into the narrative. I know they talking shit. But go ahead. That's all I wanted to say though.
All I was gonna say is like 9 times out of 10, there's been character flaws already that have got him to that point, and there's probably no been a point to where he's been stopped to doing that. And and that's it's not it like, okay, we could, all right, I'm gonna give an example. I don't want to use this as an example, but I'm going to. But that's somebody like Bear, right? We already know what's gonna happen at the end of that situation. Now, if he makes it through it and he pushes through it, great. Nobody's knocking you. You push through it, you grown, you build your life. Awesome, amazing, right? But from what it looks like right now, that's not the case. And you can even use somebody like a Travis Hunter. He's all over America, and we like push his agenda and everything with his girl to where we know that where that's going to end. A lot of reason why we know where that's going to end is because we're older, and no offense to anybody who's listening to this, we're older black men who've been through situations like this or seen it happen, and it never ends well. So when these youngsters are going through these situations, and they're young men, and now they're getting money too, and they're going through these situations. It's like, you know you could do it one or two ways. You could have some type of like love for them, and some type of like I feel bad for them, and some type of like I want to see the brother get on his feet. But also sometimes you have to look at, a knucklehead is a knucklehead. Like, this is how my grandmother used to put it to me. Some people ain't shit and they never gonna be shit.
Now
And
you
if they
can't say
don't
that. You can't say that about a young dude like that.
hear me out though. Hear me out.
You
Hear
can't
me
say
out.
that though. He
No, hear
young.
me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. It doesn't mean you can't transform. That doesn't mean you can't have a better life. That doesn't mean you can't grow. That doesn't mean you can't get to the next level. What's happening right now, not only in college football, but just all over the world in general, is like people are losing a lackluster of like what it is to have a lovely life and to be simplicity about life. Like a lot of these kids, they're looking at like, oh, the dollars are thrown at me, I could get paid so young, and then now we're living in a place to where like a lot of people are getting greedy, and it ain't even just the kids are getting greedy, it's the parents. When I heard B Jinx, he's like, my son will be fine. Christian, I'm sure your kids will be fine. Cardi, your kids will be fine. You know, but it's a different type of perspective of what we look at life at. A lot of these kids aren't looking at that life perspective. I don't know if you guys all, but you know, I've grown up in the hood. I know what it is. I see what it is. You know, like I thank God every single day I was blessed enough to have a different type of lifestyle. But these kids don't have that, and it's getting worse.
This out though. Check all this out though. They talking about the Cowboys. They finna holler at Lincoln Riley, and they already hollering at Deion Sanders. I remember I did a video on would Deion Sanders go to the Cowboys, and he go to the Cowboys if they come calling. He gonna consider that everybody trying to get on my helmet. Then I dropped the article about it. Now it's official. Dallas already been contacting. They've
been on Deion bumper though.
Yeah. But Deion said Deion came out and said that Jerry reached out to him and he appreciated he liked the Cowboy, but he good in Boulder and he wants to stay in Boulder to finish what he started.
I think Prime will go to the Raiders. I think that's just coach speak. But I think Prime will go to the Raiders. He will go to the Raiders now.
You think the Raiders above the Cowboys?
Hold on.
He won't go to Dallas because he knows Jerry Jones not going to give him total control. That's why he's not going to go to Dallas.
Not going to.
The Raiders aren't either though.
Wait. He's not going to Dallas because there's no way Shador can get there. His people reached out to the Raiders to try to get him to go to the Raiders. That way they can draft Shador and his son to play with him. But the Raiders have no interest. The Raiders didn't reach back out to him.
Oh, wow.
Deion Sanders' contract is only 5 years, $29 million. If somebody offer him $100 million contract like Lincoln Riley or something, he out of there, bro.
Well, that's an easy buyout for Colorado too. It's not like our buyout.
Yeah, he only on the 5 year, $29 million. So if the right team,
I heard they're restructuring that contract though.
They better. They're gonna have to, because he's gonna be able to get more to open market.
Hey,
Deion waiting on that Florida State job. So Mike Norvell have another bad year next year, Florida State. You might as well pencil Deion in to Florida State.
I got a quick question. This is gonna be a laugh. This is gonna be a laugh for everybody.
BS though.
This is gonna be a laugh for everybody. So BGs. So if probably we going down there to buy all the Juju burgers. We gonna buy all the Juju burgers or what?
You know, Juju. Now, I don't think Juju gonna be starting down there, man.
You don't think so?
Kid they brought in. I think that other kid that they brought in gonna start. What's his name?
Yeah, the kid from Liberty gonna be starting.
That's that
is right. Yeah.
What y'all think about Lincoln Riley to the Cowboys?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Nah,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
If they gonna interview him, they be on the list.
Well, interview him then. Go ahead and take him too.
Man, I don't know. Who's that list? Because sometimes people put lists out there. These are the coaches that make the most sense, but it's not the Cowboys list of who they're interviewing. Yeah, you gotta consider the source.
He would at least have to be on the list though, because
he's not going nowhere.
He is an NFL style type coach. I think he'll fit better in the NFL.
I don't, because
if you give him an elite quarterback.
Well, here's the thing. Now you going in the NFL, you definitely gonna have to run the ball to be successful.
Right.
You definitely can't be one-dimensional in the NFL. Right.
So
he's not gonna make it in the league. He's gonna have to prove himself in college, and he's gonna have to be at SC and actually get to the playoffs, and then get to at least the semis.
And with the Cowboys, he's not gonna have any say so over his roster.
Nope.
That's gonna be all Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would go there. I really don't.
He's from Texas though.
Yeah, but he's not gonna have any say so over his roster.
And that's probably be better for him. He just focus on play calling.
No,
I just don't see him at the Cowboys.
Nope.
I think, and all it's going to take is for him to have 2 subpar seasons down there with Jerry, because Jerry don't have any type of allegiance to him like he did with McCarthy. He will be gone after 2 years. As a matter of fact, the Cowboys fans are running him out of town.
Yep. But at least we'll get our money back.
Hey, 2025 already starting off crazy. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised by nothing.
Man,
he's not going. I don't think he's going to the Cowboys though. That's like.
Well, I don't think. I mean, Riley's not the coach that I've been worried about. with the Michigan DC job holding up, especially the Penn State, I've been worried about us keeping Deanton Lynn.
Right.
That's what I'm worried about. That's my
But
concern.
if
Carter talked
Riley
about that
goes,
earlier.
Christian,
Carter
if
talked about
Riley
that
goes,
earlier.
you gonna put Deanton Lynn as the head coach?
I would. Lynn would be my first choice.
Right.
I mean, that's your and make Indy DC. That's your best bet of trying to keep all we got and what we all got coming. But
Well, let me ask
I'm,
y'all. Let me ask
my
y'all
fear is
a
that
question.
Deanton Lynn go to Penn State, go
Yeah, I
home.
was talking about that earlier, but somebody was saying it looked like Penn State might get Pride, they old defensive coordinator. I don't know. I'm
I
still
hope
worried
so.
about it. I'm still worried about
Yeah.
it until they sign a DC. But I'm right with you, Chris. Like that's my biggest fear right now today. But I want to ask y'all who y'all think would more likely go to the Cowboys because they're gonna get somebody, Dion or Lincoln, like out of them two. Who will more likely go to the Cow? I know y'all don't think neither gonna go, but I think one would go. So I want to know which one, if out the two, if y'all had to choose.
Yeah, I
Probably
would
Prime.
probably go.
Dion.
Probably Prime.
Prime, me too.
Yeah, probably Prime.
Me too.
Did you
But
guys see that? Y'all see that?
I think the Cowboys gonna end up with the offensive coordinator from the Lions. If
Oh, you
Chicago
think
don't,
so?
if Chicago don't hire him, because Dallas, I know he got an interview with Dallas too. But if Chicago don't hire him,
I heard Chicago was going to interview Pete.
Yeah.
they did, but so was the Raiders interviewing Pete.
So why we put Pete at the linebacker coach at SC?
No, I would have to. You have to make him the DC.
No,
If
you have to make him the whole. Actually,
he
you
Man,
know
ain't about
what?
to be no
But
position coach.
you guys know as you get older, you know how you kind of like try to dub down your life, like try to make your life more simpler. He
Not
might
if he's
be in
trying to
that
get back to the
area.
NFL. Not if he's trying to get back to the
Man,
NFL. He's not.
Carroll ain't finna be
I
no position.
mean, everybody saying we got a great DC, but I still ain't heard no announcement yet. I still don't
Oh,
know
the
who it is.
linebacker coach.
A linebacker
Yeah.
coach.
They put Pete
Yeah,
on
I
that
hear
camper.
Clay Matthews. Somebody said Clay Matthews. I don't know.
Yeah, they
Oh, okay.
put Pete. They put Pete in there. Oh, I feel sorry for all of college football.
Have Clay Matthews been coaching this whole time?
That was my big question too when Carter brought it up.
I don't care. Y'all want to sue him? He ain't been coaching.
No, I was just asking. I just don't know what Clay Matthews been doing all these years.
Oh yeah, me neither. I'm just saying it sound good. It
It
sound good
sounds good. Yeah.
because you know why, Chris? I think he gonna automatically help in recruiting, and that's another NFL connection we got on the roster. Chris, I
Right.
feel like since our NIL ain't where we want it to be, we got to make up that with elite coaches. I want when recruits come on the campus, I want to be able to pitch like you're going to get NFL level coaching because everybody we got on this staff either played in the NFL or coached in the NFL or got ties to the NFL. Because we're going to be able to have to preach development and NFL
Man,
activity.
they saying Payload pistol whip. Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. That's
He
what,
did what?
yep.
He
He
did
pistol
what?
whip a dude.
Yeah,
Oh
USC
man.
priority said Palin pistol whipped somebody on Christmas. Damn, he was giving out presents.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's what the report said the
yeah, I
other
know.
day.
That's the same thing I'm saying. Like, but it comes from the perspective of like, I mean, the kid was what 16, 17 years old, had a kid. And we not knocking nobody anything they do young, but like the whole perspective of trying to take the bag, go up there, try to get all the money. Like you just gotta look at like where that just tells you right there, like what the mindset is, man. The thing about it is, we got to get into the kids' mindset and what
Look,
they thinking.
my thing is, you a college athlete. Why you gotta ride around with a blick?
You have no reason to.
Well,
In
maybe.
Oregon,
Hold on,
especially in Oregon,
I take that back.
especially in Oregon.
Nah, I
If
take
you
that.
in South Central LA, I could get it.
Nah, I
But
take that back though, because these college kids be riding around balling, riding around a Lamborghini. So somebody would look at you like a lick. But I wonder who he
Yeah,
picked. I hope it wasn't no female or nothing.
but you wouldn't think that he would need that up there in Oregon though. You
Happened in
wouldn't think that
Oregon.
he would
Right.
be up in Eugene. You wouldn't think that he would need it, especially you got to
Like
remember
that
that
area.
that's considered to be a small college town. So everybody know who the athletes
Yeah, but
are.
I think he was back home. I don't think it happened in
Yeah.
Eugene. This was
Oh,
well after he
Look
went
it
into
up.
the portal and left Oregon.
okay, I
I'm
got
gonna
you.
look it up real quick.
But if
Yeah, I
Penn
don't think
State
it was
wasn't,
in Eugene.
hey,
I think it was back
if
home.
if Penn State was to get come out the Lynn, would y'all make Henny the DC?
Yup.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell
Any
yeah.
of the DC, I'm keeping all the staff, and then I'm just letting Henny, because Henny also has that guy who's a graduate, not a graduate assistant, but he's like analysis on his defense that he brought over from the Ram, so he can run the defensive line with Nua, and then you can be able to have who you're going to bring in as a linebacker coach. Hey, all right, I know this is like kind of a conspiracy theory, but maybe that's already in the works because Henny was up there in San Diego recruiting linebackers.
Right.
Hey, Christian, ain't that
Might
your
be.
area?
What's that, San Diego?
Yeah. So
But
like he
yeah, Penn.
last
And
week.
you know what? You know what? I'm surprised you guys didn't think about this. If Lynn were to go, back to his roots, back to Penn State, y'all wouldn't go out there Ed Ogeron as the DC
No, I want Henny. We got
over
the next
Ogeron.
roster. Huh?
Over Ogeron.
Yup.
I'll probably bring Henny
That's
in as a
tough.
DC, and I'll bring Ogeron in as the
Yeah,
defensive line
Ogeron is
coach.
a position coach. Yeah, he coach.
Oh, Ogeron, have you guys seen his interviews where he said he would love to come back to live in LA and be at Essence?
I saw it. I saw it, but I don't think he
You
would
saw
come
that
back as
one
no
after he
position
got
coach. I think he would take a DC position. I don't think he would take no offensive line. I mean, no
Look,
defensive line coach though.
Well, I know he got
look,
out of a divorce, so
y'all
it's
gotta
just like
understand this. Y'all gotta understand this. Coach Henny is next up.
yeah.
If you look on the USC website, he listed as the defensive line coach / co-defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
And
True,
yeah,
I agree.
run game coordinator. So as far as rank on the defense, he the next man up. So say if Lynn caught the flu or something, he caught COVID and can't coach that week, Henny gonna be running DC on the sideline.
I get that, and I agree with you. He would be great, but and I wouldn't mind having him as the DC. But if I had to choose between him and Ogeron, give me Ogeron.
Nope. To me,
No,
no,
Nah.
'cause he's the better version. He's the more updated one.
Yeah.
He go recruit.
He Ogeron on
Uh,
steroids.
yeah, he Ogeron on steroids. Boy, like what do
y'all
you?
know, Ogeron got a natty, right?
I
We
know he
know
got
as
a
a
natty,
yeah.
but he didn't build that team. The team after the team he inherited after they graduated, they start going downhill. That's why he got fired. Remember, Ogeron got fired. It ain't
Yeah, but
like
that was over some like
he
that was
won a
over some like
championship. Look, he won a
that was like a
championship.
political thing, bro. That
He
wasn't
Yeah,
won
that
a
was
that
championship.
was
Ogeron.
like a political thing with
Somebody else.
him with the
Ogeron was
administration.
He won a
Ogeron was there for
championship.
like
That
4 years
smell.
before. What's that?
He won the champ.
No, he had been there 4 or 5 years before he won that chip, man.
But I'm talking about when he came to head coach,
Uh huh.
Yeah.
he inherited another man's roster.
I
Yeah,
thought he had
but
recruited. I thought he
that
recruited
firing
those
was
kids.
political. He got into it with the administration.
Look, if that's the case, right?
I heard it was because he was messing with some young girls down there, man.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
I read he was
Well, then
got with one of them.
also come out there right after that. His wife wanted to divorce him, so it sounds about right.
Right. I heard he was
Look,
down there
I'm
with one of them
taking
college girls, like Kiffin was over there in Tuscaloosa. That's what
Mm-hmm.
got Ogeron ran up out of there.
I'm taking Henny because if we got our stuff together, right, he's going to dominate in recruiting, and he's the future. Oregon is the past. Henny is the future, right? He the reason we got Jakeem Stewart. He our hope to ever win a national championship. Because y'all know football start in the trenches. And I see
what better trench coach than you get? Can you get there? Orgeron though, man.
Man, I'm looking at recruiting too. Coach Henny,
I low-key think he been the best in the game ever.
Coach Henny is more current. He can relate to the recruits more. You say it yourself all the time, B. Jinx. And see, we got to go down south to recruit and get them big.
Right.
Who you think relating to them big boys more? Coach Henny
how you think Leonard Williams got to USC?
I'm not saying Orgeron ain't got no appeal. I'm saying, bro, like, if you feel like, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree if you feel like that Coach Orgeron got more recruiting potential than Coach Henny, especially in the South, where you say we need them trench players at.
I disagree with you, Carter.
All right, well, if I ain't even going to argue, because to me, in my mind, it ain't a no-brainer.
Well, okay,
if we had our money right, hold on, y'all forget. If we had our money right, we would have Justice Terry right now, Isaiah Gibson, Jakeem Stewart, come on, Christian Ragland, Malik Autry, Brandon Jones. Like, we would have had 7. Like, come on now, bro.
Okay, so you got to look at it. Have you ever seen? Have you seen?
Love Coach Henny.
Have you seen that Orgeron interview where he talked about everything that happened at FC, him at LSU, him wanting to be back at FC? He was the top recruiter for Adrian Peterson. And he came out and said the only reason why Adrian Peterson didn't come was 2 reasons. The first reason was because Adrian Peterson's dad was in prison and there was no way they could film the games to have him to where he could watch his son play at SC. The second reason was because they had Reggie and Lindell. Other than that, he would have went to SC.
Well, like, that's irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant.
Carter.
How?
Because, all right,
what that got to do with Coach Henny?
We talking about the recruiting chops, man. If you can pull a kid like Big Cat out of Florida, man, and you gotta remember, Orgeron.
He was the one who pulled.
I want to hear what Chris was about to say. What you got to say, Chris?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to say this. I love Jerome. It's nothing against him. I think we're giving him too much credit though, because if you look at it, he got to LSU in 2016. He was 9-4, 9-5. Then he had a 3-loss season, then an undefeated season, and then both seasons after that he was under 500. And both those seasons, which was the national championship season, and that 3-loss season, he had Joe Burrow. He had the wide receiver that's at Minnesota, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, he had the Jefferson.
And he had the wide receiver. And he had the wide receiver that's at Cincinnati right now.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. And he had the running back that's at Kansas City right now. What's his name? So outside of those 2 seasons, he did not perform. Outside of those 2, let's be honest, out of those 4 people I just named, 3 of them is going to be first ballot Hall of Famers.
Well, you guys are switching. You guys are kind of like changing my perspective of it, because also he failed horribly when he went to Ole Miss.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We might be giving him too much credit. We might be giving him too much credit for if you take a step back and you look at those seasons and his two really only successful seasons. I mean, he has three NFL first ballot Hall of Famers on there. I mean, I should be able to win with that team.
Well, he failed as a head coach. We talking about as a DC. When he was at USC and he ran that defense, man. He had a lights out defense, man. And again, he's from Louisiana, so he's from Louisiana. So he has to. What's that?
Not to cut you off, I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook for sure. But what players did we have when Orgeron was our DC?
Wasn't he
Well, he
there
came.
that year where they had Cat Williams,
Okay.
Sua?
Did he get Sean Cody? Did he get Sean Cody to commit? Yeah, I think he got
Yeah,
Sean
well,
Cody.
back then, yeah, but that was back in the day, though.
No,
And then,
look. I don't want to get this misconstrued. If it felt like that, I wouldn't be mad if we got Orgeron. I think he would be
Uh-huh.
higher. I wouldn't be mad. I ain't saying he ain't got no
Yeah.
attributes, and I think he would. I'm just saying I just value Coach Henny more.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Here's my
I just think
perspective.
he gonna relate
I
more.
think I think it's a plus to get either one. I agree with you, but I'm just saying if I had my pick, it would be Ogeron.
oh no,
My
if you
pick,
had a
my
pick,
pick would,
no,
my
no, yeah,
pick
oh,
would
I
be.
didn't know that.
This is
Yeah,
my pick would
the
be.
pick,
My
I'm
pick
going
would
with
be
him.
Henny. My pick would be Henny, and it's for the simple fact that the landscape of college football has turned around. And Henny is younger. He got the juice right now. He got the dog work thing going. Kids gonna relate more to Henny, and recruits gonna relate more to Henny right now than Orgeron.
That's what
These kids that's coming out right now, they don't know Orgeron like that. Yeah, they know he was the head coach of Joe Burrow. He can have that to him, but as far as relating and all that, I'm gonna have to go with Henny with the new landscape of college football.
Well, you guys also got to think he had Vince Wilfork. Yeah, oh, because you remember he came from Pete got him from Miami. So Miami was running all ships.
right. But that's
So
what I'm
it went from Miami to SC. After
Right.
SC, yeah,
To Ole Miss.
yeah, no, yeah, and then he went to Ole Miss. Then he came
Right.
back to SC, stayed at SC for like 3 or 4 years, and then that's when he left and went over to LSU.
But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at it though. But I'm just saying I feel like Coach Henny. I feel like eventually Coach Henny gonna be a head coach somewhere.
Well,
He
that's a
will.
guarantee.
I think it will. I think it will.
And I think his coaching style and who he is better fit for college football.
Who Henny?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that development, that dog work.
Yeah. It's better, and that's why he came to college football, because he knows.
These young guys need to get some of that.
Yep.
Because if you ain't got some of that, sometimes it's too late by the time you get to the NFL. You are who you are.
Yep.
He gonna build you up from the root on up.
And
He said in an interview, like he said he liked college more because you get. He said in the NFL you ain't really teaching. You just teaching the playbook, but you ain't really like developing and teaching. He want to develop, like, he want to build your game, start your technique. You know what I'm saying? He want to get you from the ground up. So
Yep.
yeah, right. He said he even a better. I mean, we know that because he was at the NFL level and could have stayed, and he chose to go to college. So he know what's best for him. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like eventually he gonna be a head coach, and I feel like out of all our coaches, I feel like he the best leader. Like if Lincoln Riley ever go, and out of all these coaches, the one I would choose to say, even over DeAnton Lynn, is Coach Henny. Because at the college level, you gotta be able to lead boys to men. You gotta be able to develop and show them how to be a man. You gotta have that leadership quality. Coach Henny got that leadership quality. I look for him and want to go outside and play football when I listen to him.
Right. Well,
he ain't cool. I could tell he hella smart, but he don't motivate me to want to go play football. Man, I listen to Coach Henny. I start reminiscing on my football days. Like, damn, it was the best time of my life.
That's what I'm saying. Cats used to feel the same way about Coach O. The exact same way about Coach O.
Nah. Oh, he a motivator. Nah, Coach O make you want to run through a wall too.
Yeah.
Right.
No doubt. That's his best quality. Coach O, that rah-rah guy, he gonna have you hyped up. You gonna be like, he got that dog work. Hey, look, they both from like Louisiana. They both from the deep south.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
They got that southern twang. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
So they similar. But I'm gonna take the younger guy and the guy who hotter right now and who got more potential. See, we pretty much know Orgeron potential. If he was gonna ever be a great head coach or a great DC, he probably will be that right now or still be that. Coach Henny, like a rookie, like a young player that's still developing, ain't even hit his prime yet in his coaching career.
If I'm gonna deal with if I'm gonna deal with Coach Orgeron, it's just kind of like an analyst type role, or like You can go out here with me on a recruiting trip. Well, I can kind of learn what your game is. I can see what it is and how you've been able to pull players. One
I'll
thing
make him.
about
I'll make him co-defensive coordinator.
nah,
Nah, for real.
no, I wanted
Because
that.
listen, him and Henny, goddamn. That's a hell of a lot of motivation. Like, we gonna have dog work for reals. They ain't gonna play no games. Coach O and Henny. We
Yeah,
gonna we ain't gonna be
that'll be a
I
monster.
guarantee you that
That'll be
combination.
a monster. That will be a monster coaching staff.
Monster.
Man, my whole thing is like if let's say Lincoln Riley leave, which was the basis of our our whole talking about it, I'm going to give the job to Lynn. Lynn's going to be better than what's the coach over at Notre Dame?
Freeman.
He'll be better than him.
Yeah, I mean, if Lincoln Riley leave right now, yeah, it's Coach Lynn. Look, if Lincoln Riley leave right now,
I'm
Coach
giving
Lynn.
Lynn the key
I believe Cohen will give it to Lynn. I believe she would give Lynn a shot.
for
I
sure.
truly
Well,
believe it.
Lynn's her guy.
Yeah.
She got in, and she may probably Lincoln hire him.
And I think Lynn is like what, 33, 34 years old?
Yeah, youngster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would give it to Lynn. I would give him a shot.
I mean, yeah, he next up. He'll be the head coach, and I'm promoting Henny to DC. And then if Orgeron want to come, he could take Henny role, defensive line coach and co-defensive coordinator. You could, you know what I'm
I'll
saying?
keep Nua in that, and I'll bring because Coach Cheney already got that guy he brought over from the Rams with him, bro. I don't know his name, but he brought the defensive line coach that was coaching with him at the
Yeah.
Rams.
And that
They
dude, he
call
should
him
be up at
they
Oregon
call him
too.
Coach Dog. They used to call him Coach Dog or something. They call him
Yeah,
Coach
something like
Dog.
that. He
Is that
brought
him?
the other dude who like really coached up everybody and helped them. Like it would be them
His
two.
assistant. His
Yep,
assistant. And that dude was at Oregon too. That's the
yep.
dude that said Oregon teach football over computers. That's what you talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
remember
remember
him.
the dude's name. I could look it
Young
up,
dude
but
too. He a young black dude.
yep.
Yep. You be seeing him at practice. If you watch the USC film, you
He's always at all the practices and everything. That's
yeah,
like
he be running the drills with Coach Henny.
everywhere Coach Cheney is, he's right there.
But to me, that'd be a dream off season in coaching. Say we
Hey,
got
what they saying in the chat, Carter, what they saying, Henny, not Ogeron. Is that what
they
they saying in the
they
chat?
saying Henny over.
They say Henny over Ogeron.
Oh, Henny over Ogeron. Okay, I
Yeah.
got it. Respect.
Yeah, they said you stuck in the past with that. When we stuck in the past, if we talking about Origin.
Yeah.
But I'll take him though.
Respect.
Like I said, if we could add Clay Matthews and Origin, like that'd be amazing. I know that's probably pipe dreams, but I really do hope it's a big name that we get at the linebacker coach.
My whole thing with Clay though, but Clay played on the outside like a DN.
Yeah, Clay
Yeah,
was an
he
outside
played.
linebacker.
I've never
He
seen
was like
Clay
a
play
rush
in the
edge
middle or
slash
anything.
linebacker. He was like a rush edge.
Right.
slash
Well,
linebacker.
Right.
he was a rush edge. He was a rush edge, but he was hell coming off the edge though.
Oh boy, was he?
He had led the league in sacks one year, I think.
Yeah.
Man, Clay Matthews was a beast.
He was a monster.
And I think he was actually the first linebacker that was taken out of that class. I know he went before Maluga.
He was
Maluga
a
didn't go
late
into the second
bloomer.
round.
He was a late bloomer. He balled out his
I
senior
think he went
year.
before Cushion too, didn't he? Didn't he go before Cushion? I think he went
Before
before
who?
Cushion too. Matthews. I think he went before Cushion and before. I
They
know he
all
went
went
before.
that same year. B Jinx. It was
Yeah,
him.
I'm talking about in the draft itself though. I
Yeah.
think he went before the other two did.
I think Cushion went first, and then he went to the Packers like late first round. But
Okay.
it was him. It was Cushing, Clay, and Ray Maluga went that year too.
Yeah, I know Ray
They all
went the
went the
second
same
round,
year.
and
They
I really wish
they
that
was knocking hats off people.
I
People
really
was
wish that Taylor Mays had came on out that year too because he was still hot. I think
he stayed another year, I think, right?
yeah he stayed his senior year. Yeah, he did.
Clay Matthews, they should have moved him to linebacker.
Oh, in the middle, but no, not necessarily. Because look how he balled out when he was
Because
with the Packers.
no. I mean Taylor Mays.
You think so?
Because
Dude,
he didn't
that
do
kid came out
too good as
as
a safety. He didn't do too good as a safety in the NFL. He couldn't cover in space.
no,
He got played out the NFL.
because okay, I'll give you guys an example. Taylor Mays and Earl Thomas from Texas came out the same year. Taylor Mays had a problem with and it's still like supposed to be like beef to this day or whatever with Pete Carroll. Because Pete Carroll took Earl Thomas out of Texas as the pole to taking Taylor Mays.
Right.
Taylor
Yeah.
Mays
Well,
was big and
you
physical
know why he
opposing.
was pissed. You know why he was pissed about it, right? Because Pete was the one who actually talked Taylor into coming back his senior year, and
Right. And
Taylor
then
and
don't take
Taylor and
him
Taylor
when he goes to the
actually.
league.
If you go back and watch the Ohio State game, Taylor, I believe he tore a meniscus in his knee that game and played the whole season with a torn meniscus, and that's what actually hurt his draft stock. Go back and watch the end of that Ohio State game.
I know
We
exactly
played
what
in
you're
this
talking
shoe.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and we played in this shoe,
That
and
was
that's
that
why
was
he
the
was so
year when we played them over there with
right.
Matt Barkley.
Matt Barkley, and that's why he was pissed at Pete. He was like, "Hold on, you asked me to come back, and I did that for you, and now you won't take me. You take Earl Thomas." But Pete was thinking from a business perspective. Okay, look, Earl Thomas is a better, is going to better fit my scheme up here. So
Yeah,
I kind of
he
get
was
why.
a
Yeah,
genius, bro. Like he
yeah,
always got the players to come back. He got Matt Leiter to come back. He was getting players to come back to play this senior year.
Damn, I'm
yeah.
looking at Matthews. Matthews won the NFL Defensive MVP his second year in the league.
Yep.
He was a monster. He was
Damn.
a monster.
Him and Cushy were the two best out of that linebacker crew. Because they also had that other kid, it's not Mayala or something, but they had that kid that came out of Hawaii. They had that linebacker crew that was you didn't want to fool with them.
And,
But
and,
if you notice, that was the strongest defense that Pete Carroll had when he had all of those linebackers to come back as seniors.
Yep.
That's what was the strongest defense that he had was an '08, which I think how we need to show up our linebacker crew. I think that's going to be more important than most important than more anything in the secondary is those linebackers because they're gonna have to come down here and fill those holes and make those tackles.
I know you guys remember that hit when Maluga hit on that Cowan
Yeah,
at that UCLA game. That was one of the most vicious hits I've ever seen. Like, oh my god, you just like murdered his whole life. Perfect hit, head above the shoulder, like everything. Like, oh my god.
hey, Clay Matthews, he never even started at USC. Brian Cushing backup.
Yep,
They all went into the draft the same year. Cushing,
told
Mayava,
you,
Matthews, and Maluaga.
told you. They all went the same
hmm,
year. They all came in the same year. They all went out the
right.
same year.
But if you notice, after they left out, the defense went down. Pete Carroll last year at SC, the defense went down after all those linebackers left out because he didn't replace them. He didn't
No,
replace those linebackers, and that's what hurt us.
most definitely.
Well, we that year behind them we had like Ace Pilar, and then we banked on one player who did not go to FC, and that was DeAnthony Thomas. We banked on him going to FC.
No, no, no. We lost out on the linebackers. We lost on the kid that went to Notre Dame. What's his name?
Oh,
Mateo.
Mateo. Yep.
Teo. We lost out on him. We lost out on Burfict that went to Arizona State.
Yep.
We lost out on
That's
those
my
two,
cousin.
and we ended up getting Chris Gallipo, and he was really the only big name linebacker that we brought in, and that hurt us bad when we lost out on those two linebackers.
Yeah, Burfitt, he was like, that's my people, but he a
Burfict, your
hot head.
cousin? Burfict, your cousin?
Yeah, bro. So it's like,
Okay.
but he a hot head. He don't
Yeah, I
listen.
know. I know. I know.
So that's why I'm trying to tell y'all, you gotta listen to that kid don't listen to nobody. Like you see what he's doing in the league and stuff, and
Right.
you can see his
Right.
life now, it's the same type of shit.
I thought we had Matt Tateo locked up though, but he decided on signing day to go to Notre Dame.
Yeah, that
That
was a
hurt.
big loss.
Yeah, that hurt.
Yeah, but that's why we gotta that's why I would say I do like our young linebackers we got now.
Mhm.
Desmond Stevens and Elijah Newby. I think they got potential. That's why I hope we get a great linebacker coach, but we got talent at that
Mhm.
position. And y'all know we gonna need great linebackers.
We're
You
gonna
know,
have to. If y'all go back and y'all look at of course y'all know I live in in Alabama. If y'all go back and y'all look at how Saban built his defenses, man, he had a strong front four, but those linebackers is how he really built up that defense into those championship teams. He had a game manager at quarterback. He had a couple stud running backs, offensive line, but his defense was built on those linebackers, not the secondary, not so much as the defensive line, but those linebackers he had
Secondary
were
got to eat
monsters.
because of those linebackers.
Right, those linebackers were monsters, man. That's how
Yep.
he built those championship teams.
The Marco Ryans.
but look, the linebackers is gonna take advantage of your talent in whatever scheme you got are running for pass and
Right,
run. So if you got a
right.
dominant defensive line, then they gonna take advantage of that defensive line. You know you ain't got offensive
hmm
line peeling to the second level and blocking on them. They could just run free and cause havoc
hmm
and like get
hmm
100 tackles.
Yeah,
Get
you talking about Rolando McClain. You talking
Yeah,
about
but yeah,
D'Amico Rolando McClain. You talking about Hightower that went to Patriots. You talking about D'Amico
yeah.
Ryans, who's actually coaching at the Houston Texans now. He's the head coach for the Houston Texans. Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans. He was one of those linebackers that I'm talking about that went to Alabama and played for them.
Well,
So
these things they was coming downhill on people.
right, right, right.
Like
So
what we seen in this last game. Just to give everybody who's listening a perspective of it. What we saw when what's the linebacker we got from Oklahoma State?
Cobb.
Okay, when he come in and just the dude's in the hole and he don't hit him, that don't happen with
No,
Alabama linebackers.
no, that didn't happen
They
at
coming
all.
in and they gonna smash you. Like they coming in, they're like, oh yeah, no, you're about to get killed. Like
So
yes,
we definitely need to hit on the in the portal. We need to hit at the linebacker position
most definitely. Or
we all only think we got two linebackers that could do that
already on the
right
team.
now.
right now.
Right
Yeah, for
now.
SC, we got Stevens and we got
Gentry,
yeah,
if he stay healthy.
Well, Gentry gonna more so gonna get you coming off the edge, but we talking about stepping up in that hole and coming down here and knocking the hell out of the running back. I don't think we
right.
had it right now. I don't think we had it right now. I think Stevens is more so of a cover linebacker. He can move laterally, but as far as stepping up in that hole and really, laying helmet to player, I don't think we had it right now.
What's up with this dude, Jamori Robinson? I know he had came on a visit. Everybody had loved him. His film is off the hook. He got a motor. How we let him get off campus? We need to get him.
How
The
big is
dude,
he?
he's 6'5". They say he's 6'5", 250.
How
His
big? Where's
highlight
he from?
And what did he play?
UTSA.
I'm talking about what he played the edge, or he played the edge though, didn't he?
Yeah, Jamori Robinson. He played the edge. But I'm saying
I
though,
heard,
even
I
though he
heard, I
played
heard,
the
I
edge,
heard he looking at going somewhere
his
else though.
highlight, his highlight looked physical. Even though he played the edge, he was coming downhill, like you saying. Like he a very
hmm
explosive athlete, very fast, play with his head on fire
hmm
type dude. Matter of fact, he remind me of Clay Matthews. I ain't even gonna lie. Like this his swagger, like this the way he played, full speed. This
I
dude
heard it
full.
might have been I heard it might have been an admission thing with him though.
No, we got to figure that out. Fuck all that. Like we can't let no because he gonna end up signing somewhere, and
Right.
they gonna figure out the paperwork. We got to figure that out. Nah, maybe he could come in the summer, do what he got to do in the spring classes or something. But
You'll
nah,
take a couple of JC courses and he did.
yeah, you feel me? Something. But he already was at AUTSA Division 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he ain't even at JUCO. He already should have credits. That's what I'm saying. Like UTSA academics ain't good enough for SC.
Unless he
No,
wasn't going to class. Unless he wasn't going to class.
Yeah, he had to not been going to class because if you already at a D1 school, I know
Mhm.
USC is a private school, but it ain't Ivy League though. He should be able to get in USC.
no, you got that wrong. It is Ivy League.
I
What?
mean, not. I mean, education level wise, probably, but it ain't. It still ain't.
All
It's in
these
the Big
kids.
Ten.
Let me. I'm gonna keep it 300 right now when I talk about this shit right now. And I hate to be just like try to solely like overcut you or anything like that. SC is a private school. So when it comes to a private school education, it's way different than going to like a UC, like a UCLA, University of California. You have certain
Mhm.
requirements you have to get in there. When you have a private school like you got with Notre Dame, like you got with SC, you got with all those, they can let whatever kid they want to go into that fucking school. I
All
promise
right.
you.
So the academics should be a problem. If USC could let you right, they're a private school, they could let whoever they want to go. So if nobody ain't accepting him because of academic reasons, somebody said on 3 USC site was saying academics being a problem. Then if
So
we
Right. That's
could
what I was
let
saying.
if
That's
there's an
what I was saying
academic
initially.
problem, if they're just saying it as an academic problem, that kid has other problems.
well, why you
They're they're
even
they're
Gotcha.
they're they're, they're
why you even bring him to campus then?
to see what it is, to see what he got, to see
So
what
you
it is.
came to campus and you didn't like his personality? Like you feel
No,
It's
like
it's not
almost
about
like
the personality type.
It's almost like interviewing for a job, Connor. You know what I'm saying? So they
Right.
bring you in to see sometimes they give you, they ask you questions, what would you do in certain situations? Have you ever been in a situation like this? How did you handle that? It's almost like going on an interview. So if the coaching staff don't feel like you'll mesh well, or they feel like, okay, some incidents that you had that they already got the info on, it's not adding up, then, hey, look, we can't even take a chance on you being in
Yeah,
our
like what's
locker
your
room.
intellectual
we should
level?
even.
Like how do
All
you
right, well, look, this is what I'm saying. Then don't even waste our time with them. We already short on money and we short on time. We always a day behind and a dollar short. So I ain't even bringing no players in that I gotta ask him questions and he gotta pass these questions for me to want to offer him a scholarship. I'm
a
bringing
lot of times but a lot of
I
times
want him.
you don't
Long
know
as
till
he
you
ain't
need
no
them.
criminal, long as he ain't pistol whipping people like Ryan Tellum, long as he ain't running people over, killing people in car accidents like Kyron Lacey, I want him. He a kid, so I don't care if it's something negative about his personality. So what? He ain't no criminal. I'm trying to win, bro. And see, we ain't got the time to be picky at a person character if
But
they
you
ain't
can't
no criminals, bro.
I know, but you can't win at
We
all
ain't got
costs.
the luxury. We ain't got the luxury to
we,
pick
we
it.
we thought the same thing about Bear though too, dude, right? And look what happened with
Yeah.
Bear.
Fucks the
And that's
whole
why we stack. That's why we stack. So if we were stacked
Uh-huh.
up, when Bear act like that, it wouldn't matter. Slide somebody else in. Georgia ain't worried about Bear. They didn't even want him back. Why?
no.
Because stack.
Yeah, and I heard he was
That's
trying to
why
get
we
And
back there
stack.
also
too.
they probably knew who he was, and that's a lower level. Okay, so there's like levels to these universities. That's a lower level university in regards to education wise.
They said it
Georgia,
was a character. They said it was academic. They said he'll be 25 when the season start. God damn,
And
that's why he look like that on the
damn,
field.
exactly.
He getting his JUCO year back.
Right.
It's not character for him. No, they said it's not character.
wait,
It's
hey, wait, Carter. You said he'll be how old when the season
That's
starts?
25.
25.
Jesus, Jesus,
And the
man,
nigga probably
listen.
still ain't got his degree. So it's like
He like
you're
Jesus. He like
25,
that.
bro. You coming in here and you don't even got your degree. At this point, you should be working on your master's or have your master's already.
We
He
should have
like the
never told
he
John
like
that.
he like the kid that was at Miami. What was he at Miami for 9 years, nine
Yeah.
seasons, or something
Hey,
like
but
that?
look, that made me. Hey, look, that made me want him even more. He a grown ass man.
Nah.
Nah,
man, not
bro.
at 25. No, you don't want to
All right,
bring him in at no 25.
what's the reason? Now he too old.
I ain't about to
No,
bring in no
we don't really
25-year-old
know,
player,
but
man.
they know.
I'm
We
saying,
don't know,
look,
but they know. They're
I'm
probably
saying
like,
this is what I'm
Here's
saying.
my thing.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm just gonna make my point this clear though.
all right.
Unless you think this dude about to go to jail, unless you think he thugging, I'm taking him. Like, what are we talking about? We need dudes like this. We need bodies. We need him. He had like 12 some sacks, or like his sacks was in the double. Like, bro, y'all tripping. Unless
Man,
y'all think he's gonna go to
listen,
jail.
man.
Unless y'all think he's gonna kill
Damn near
somebody.
damn near older than Henny, man. Not Henny,
So
but
what?
Lynn.
So
You
what?
don't need to bring
Bo
that
Nix
into
was
your
20.
locker room.
Bo Nix was almost 25 at Oregon. He in the NFL balling. Bo
Yeah,
Nix
but he
was
also
what?
had a degree or two.
Bo Nix was 24 when he got drafted.
How
I
many
don't
degrees do you
care.
have?
Look, I don't care that he ain't great academics. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not USC. I'm a fan. He could be a
Right.
dummy. I want him on the field for my team if he could play. I don't care if he getting straight F's. If he can play, put him on the field. I don't care if he not smart, bro. That's our problem. Oregon don't care if a player's smart. If you can play, we gonna get you here. Now, if you get tricked out your position, that's on you. If you come here and go to jail, that's on you. But I'm gonna give you that chance. It's worth the risk. 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna go to jail. 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna crash out. So USC priority say he can't get into the school. But John just now said USC a private school, they could let anybody they want in. So
They
which one
can.
is the truth? I know my boy John, he know a lot about USC and USC priority. I know you do too. So which one of y'all, what's the truth?
What is
It's
he
one
saying?
of
Hold
those
on.
things
What
where
is he
you got to
saying?
look at it to where there's somebody that's involved with that whole entire situation, and they're looking at it just like you just said, Carter, the risk. So they're looking at what's the risk versus reward.
The risk ain't nothing. Because you know what? If the kid get in trouble, all USC gonna do is pull his scholarship and say next man up.
But
He
what's
could
the
go.
point?
Hold on. He
All
could
right.
go on a murder rampage, and ain't nothing gonna happen in USC. They're not gonna get sued or nothing. It's gonna be about this young football player that lost his mind. There's no risk for USC. If he crash out, take the scholarship and give it to somebody else. I
But
don't
that makes
understand what y'all talking about. I just don't. Why
it
he
even
not worth the
more
risk? We need
that makes it
somebody.
even more of a huger risk, bro. Like
All
because
right. See, look, that's why USC. That's where we at now. I see where we at. Because look how we think. He ain't did nothing. He just old. He ain't got his academics together.
I got a
I'm
question
saying,
for you. I
looking
got a
at this
question for you.
football program, I want to win, bro. I want to win. So it's just like when black players start playing in college football. These white coaches said, forget that, man. Forget that. Oh, he black and we don't want no black players.
Yeah, but you
So
can't.
what? We want to win. We want to win.
I know we
Period.
want to win, but
So
you can't win.
y'all acting like this dude is OJ or something.
No, but you can't win it all
Do he got
soft.
any history? Hey, do he got any history of getting in trouble? If y'all
Okay,
telling me it's academics, that's not good enough.
I'll talk about a player right now, right? So
Nah, bro. I want to talk about him and why he not good enough for USC.
All right, let's just
there's
say
something
it.
else
Hold on,
going on,
hold on. Let's just say it's an academic thing, right? And he just
right?
not doing his work, and he not doing his work. I know I'm just hypothetically speaking. They just say
Right.
it's an academic thing, and he's not doing his work. What good is it going to break a man if he's going to be academically ineligible anyway? Not so much as to
This the
mention.
point,
He just,
though. This the point.
but I'm asking a question: what good would it be to bring him in if he's going to be academically ineligible?
This is all right. Now, USC priority is saying that he's going to West Virginia or Virginia Tech. So I'm saying if his academics is good enough to go there, why his academics ain't good enough to go to ours? His academics can't be that bad if he could go to Virginia Tech. Now, they school might not be USC, but if your academics is good enough for Virginia Tech in a position that USC in, your academics should be good enough for us. Well, we trying to act like Notre Dame, where everybody got to have a 4.0 and be a. That's why Notre Dame ain't won a championship in 30 damn years because
But they
everybody
going to the championship this
4.0 to
year.
go, right? So I don't want to hear that. No, I don't want to be Notre Dame or Stanford. No, I don't care about your academics, bro. If you ain't
They can't move her. Hey, listen, bro. They can't
nah,
move
I ain't
around
listening.
that though. They can't.
I ain't listening
They
on this
can't
one.
move around that. And then when the Clay
No,
Helton years,
you just said they're a private school and they can.
they
Look,
can. No, it's not. Look, I
you
said they
don't think,
can.
hold
No,
on.
I
College,
definitely said
look,
that.
if
They
college
for
is
sure
paying
can.
players, look, if college is paying players, bro, you don't think they could get him on USC and make sure he passes classes?
Well, they
You
do it
just
all
now
the time.
said they could bypass it and put him on campus anyway.
Yeah,
You just said that. I'm going
I
off
know.
on this tantrum
I'm not
because
moving
you
away from
pointed
that.
out to me. You
I'm
pointed
not
out
moving
to
away
me.
from that.
All right. So if we could bypass his academics, why not? Just like Josh Gates says, what's the risk? It ain't no risk. Why wouldn't we? If we could give him a pass on the academics. So first of all, we a school, we offering a mid-ass bag. You could go to another school and get a big ass bag in the academics requirements or less. No wonder why we ain't shit. No wonder why we ain't got nobody. Because we're expecting your ass to be a 4.0 student and take less a bag. I see why we trash.
Let me
Because
ask you a
we like this.
question. Do you think?
We
Hold
went
on. Do
7-6,
you? Hold on.
and we want to
Let,
look at a player and be like, oh,
Car,
your
you're
academics.
looking at
let,
her. You're looking at this
let me
wrong.
let me ask you a question though. Do you honestly think that if Lynn could use that kid and he wouldn't be a problem, that Lynn wouldn't bring him in? Do you honestly
Exactly.
believe that?
I know for a fact the coaches want him. It's the administration ain't letting him in. If they didn't want him, he wouldn't have came on a visit. He came on an official visit,
We
not
have a
on his
lot of
own dime. They paid
they,
for him to
they,
come.
they have a lot of kids that come on official visits, that,
I can't
but
do it.
don't sign though.
I
They
can't
have
do
a
it. I can't do it. Yo,
they have a
I,
few kids that
look,
come on official
look,
visits
look,
that don't sign.
look,
I
Brian
think
Jinx, look, B Jinx and J.A., look, what y'all saying, y'all ain't lying. I'm saying it's bullshit if we inviting players and we don't even really want them. I'm saying it's bullshit if we got players on the campus and it's a possibility we decide we don't even want this dude. I'm
well,
saying it's
like you
bullshit.
got to
Hold
look at.
on. I'm saying it's bullshit when we need players in depth and then we turning players away for academics when we could bypass that. If y'all don't see what I'm saying, bro, I don't know what to say. I don't even know how y'all disagreeing with me. We
I'm not
need
disagreeing.
bodies.
I'm saying
Y'all
it
saying
could be
nah.
something.
Y'all
I'm
saying
saying it
no,
could be
no. I
something
know
else
what it
if
is because I get
you
the inside school from SC. I'm gonna tell y'all the administration is bougie.
Yeah.
They don't love football and their heart ain't in it.
Look at they got research. They got a research
I
program.
know how they move.
Yeah, I
I got
know.
people on the inside, like I know what's going
Look at
on.
there. It is a research school now. Like that's how it is. For sure.
Exactly. So if we were serious about football, we'll be like, we got to get this kid no matter what way we gonna swerve these academics. If we were serious, we don't got him, and we not putting him in there because we're not serious about football up top. Not the coaches, the administration. The administration ain't willing to bend for the football program. So that
Okay.
lets me all I need to know of the future of this university. And we can't even get the administration and the athletic office to bend on some credits or something or whatever they got to do. Or to pull the private school card and say we could let any damn body we want go to on this campus. If
All right.
they ain't
So,
doing that because they ain't dedicated to winning. If
but
y'all
listen,
with that, then
Carter. I got you. All right. So, in a lot of aspects, you got to look at things to where if they're not doing that, considering everything he's done, it's not a fit. So they may have to bring him on campus. They had to talk to him. They had to know everything. And probably they're trying to do it as an aspect of where they're like, hey, listen, we're not just gonna say this kid ain't the fit or like fuck him because he probably want to come to SC. But they're looking at it more or less like he's not a fit. Like it's not gonna be a fit. It may not be a fit in the locker room. It may not be a fit in his attitude. It may not be a fit to who knows. Who knows? We don't know. But it's just like it's not a fit. So like them to blow it off lightly, and one of the things that you know they had to do to blow it off lightly is for them to say for him to and it's a lot of It has to be a lot of schools doing it too. So there's other things going on. For him to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna go to West Virginia or Virginia Tech. Okay, cool, whatever. But just look at the other schools that are willing to take him, and other schools won't. There's
All right.
something that's
So
off.
check it out. If he go to Virginia Tech and get 12, 15 sacks and be an NFL first round draft pick, I don't want to hear shit. Because what you said, hold on. Because what you said,
you just want to go off of talent.
No. What you said, you still have to stand on it. Because what you said ain't got shit to do with talent. It's about fit. So if this nigga end up going to Virginia Tech and getting 15 sacks, I need you to still say USC made the right decision not to get dude because he didn't fit. That 15 sacks wouldn't have helped because he didn't fit. Them sacks wouldn't have helped us. Okay, let's change the subject then. Because he gonna go somewhere and he gonna ball. And I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. When players is out here trying to get the biggest bag, and we had a player in our backyard that would have came probably if we would accept his academics, I don't want to hear nothing when we miss out on players because when we didn't have enough bag. Because when it wasn't about the bag, we still wasn't willing to do what it takes to get the best players on the field. Just like Joe Boy said, Carter, you right. You don't let superstar players get away if they want to come here.
Where did he play at? Where did he play at, Carter?
He played. Look, that's irrelevant. This is what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you. Where did he play at?
He played at UTSA. His film is legit. He dominated down there.
Mm-hmm.
He not only played down there, but he dominated to the point they brought him on campus on an official visit, paid visit, rolled the red carpet out for him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they believe in his talent. I don't want to hear that they believe in his talent, but judge his character and say he ain't good enough. Y'all know that's bullshit.
No, there's something.
I'm gonna keep it real on this podcast. Y'all know that's bullshit, bro.
There's something off that we don't know about.
We're supposed to be the non-sunshine pump channel. Y'all making excuses for the university. I'm not gonna do that. Get this man a goddamn scholarship.
Nobody's making excuses, but you gotta look
y'all agreeing with it.
There's something off. There's something off for them not to do it.
It's something off on it.
This is what I'm saying.
There's something off, bro.
I told y'all what's off on it. The administration don't want to wiggle his academics. It ain't a talent issue, and it ain't a money issue. So it's academics, bro. We already found that out 5 minutes ago. So why are y'all keep going on, it's something? We know what the something is. It ain't his character. He 25, but guess what? Problem in the locker room. He don't have that character rating. I read about have no bad reports on his character. No coaches say nothing bad about him. So this is about academics. Y'all trying to make it seem it's a possibility in his character. I'm saying hell no. You don't want to face the fact that our mission ain't going what they got to do to acquire players. Y'all don't want to accept that, bro. Because it's an academic issue with him, and we a private school. So we can bypass that. Y'all deflecting. And arguments.
Hold on. Nobody defecting. What we're saying is, there's a lot of other schools that passed on this kid too. Think about it. He's that type of talent, right? You got the Georgias out there that passed on him. You got the Alabamas out there that passed on him. You got the Oregons out there that passed on him. You got your Michigans, your Ohio State. A lot of other schools passed on this kid. So much so to where he was left with only Virginia Tech and West Virginia.
I'm gonna check out his offer list. Because I heard he was a high commodity that a lot of schools wanted him.
Who signed him?
If that's the case, that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, right? If this kid ain't even good enough to go to any other school, and all these schools pass him, then why are we wasting our time?
Because everybody know what type of talent he has, but that don't mean there's something else. There's something off. about that.
All right, I guess. In all the schools you name, Oregon, Georgia, all these schools, they could afford to do that. They can
You go
afford
to,
picky because they fucking stack. We're not. Like, I don't. All right, I'm gonna leave this conversation alone because this is the first conversation I done had with y'all where I can't even understand what the fuck y'all
I
talking.
love it, Carter. It's all good, but brother,
No, I ain't mad. No, I ain't mad. I'm just saying, like,
no, I
bro,
know.
I don't get it what y'all saying.
But all I'm trying to say there, and BG said the same thing. There's something that has to be off to with them not to do it. There's
But
something
something had to be off.
we don't
It
know
gotta
what
be
it
look,
is.
but look, if something is off, it gotta be something that's off after the visit. I'm saying before the visit, they already knew. If you don't think they do the homework on a player before they do the visit,
Yeah, but you
you
don't
don't think
know
they
to.
gauge the talent. Hold on. You don't think they do the homework and gauge the talent level?
Yeah, for sure they
Right?
do.
So I'm
Yeah,
saying they
most
did
definitely.
their
Most
homework.
definitely.
So I'm saying, like, look, I'm gonna address two sides to what y'all saying. All right, B Jinx talking about all these schools didn't even offering passed on them. Whose talent must not be that great. And I'm gonna
No, I'm
touch on
not
the
saying,
academic side.
I didn't say that. I said that a lot of schools didn't take it. I didn't say that his talent wasn't great. I said that they didn't sign him, they didn't take him. So something has to be up with it from that perspective. I never said his talent wasn't great now.
There's something that those
All right.
schools are seeing that's off.
Okay, so
And
I'm
for SC,
asking y'all, what is that? Is it okay? I'm a just for the sake of argument, I'm gonna concede that to y'all. What
right?
is that off? Is it the
We don't
talent or the
know.
academics?
We don't know. They're
Oh,
putting
well,
it in the
let's approach
academic.
both. Okay, so we don't know. So let's attack both scenarios. What if the problem is his academics?
Okay,
Do
so
that
what is the
still?
problem?
Or hold
What
on,
is
hold on.
no, look at this, look at this, look at this. Hold on. How
I'm
many
gonna
kids?
let y'all
No,
cook.
how
I'm
old
gonna
is
ask
he?
y'all
How
this
old is he?
question. I want to set it up. Look, let me just set it up. Look,
Right.
no matter which y'all take, right? Y'all right. Okay, it's something with this kid. Now let's break it down. Now, if it's the talent, let's look at it like that from a USC perspective. And if it's
Mm-hmm.
the academic, let's look at that as the from the USC perspective. And if it's character, let's attack all the things that it could be. So let me start with the academics because that's what I think it is. If all these other schools, like B. Jinx said, wasn't interested, and it's because academics, do that justify USC not being interested when we ain't stacked? When we ain't a playoff team, when we ain't uber with talent, because it only seems like the championship level teams passed on this kid. So for to me, on this first point, you got to justify to me USC being picky over academics, over acquiring talent when we need it more than these other teams who passing on them. Right? That's like if you got a superstar team, you got a super team. Of course, you're gonna pass on some good players. You don't need them. You got 2 or 3 players just as good as them. That's already in the program, right? But what we a team that need. So to me, to make this make sense on the academic side, you got to justify that we could be picky over talent, even though we looking for talent in the portal. Justify that for me.
Well, you got to look at maybe they didn't understand, or maybe heard but didn't understand, and that's why they try to give him a level of respect to still bring him on campus because of his talent level.
Okay, okay, okay. I
Hold
hear
on,
you.
you didn't even let me finish.
Go ahead.
So to a point to where like there may be other things they heard or they seen, well they didn't see obviously, but they heard and why they brought him on. You don't
No,
know, bro.
remember,
Like,
hold on. Remember, we attacking one at a time. I'm talking. I'm look, not to cut you off. I'm gonna let you cook, my boy.
yeah, it's all good.
I'm doing one step at a time from the academic perspective. You just went
I get
to
it.
the character because
I
they
get it.
seen
You
the
good.
grades.
You good.
They seen the grades before he came to campus. So you can't go to be like, oh, they seen something in the character. No, focus, justify the academic reason for not having his kid because we
If he
don't know
can't, if he
nothing
can't get
past
it, if he can't get into Alabama, he can't get into Auburn, which is way lower academic standards
how
than
we
the.
know Alabama offered him no.
Didn't you say all the who
No,
offered him?
I'm just going off what B Jinx said. I don't know who offered him or didn't. I was looking it up, but all the teams that B Jinx names was
They're
stacked.
they're they're. Hey, listen, it has really nothing about either three things that you brought up. You know what it is? There's something else going on to where a lot of teams don't want him. They want him as a talent aspect.
Hold on.
I'm telling you, bro. But
Okay. Well, look.
they're not gonna
You say a
they're
lot
not
of
gonna
teams
take
don't
him
want him.
because of there's other challenges. Who
No, but
knows?
hold on.
He,
Y'all
he,
act
he
like,
maybe
hold on. Y'all act like every college school looked at him. First of all, a school might not even want him because they already stacked that edge. They already got, they worried about edges transferring out. So just because every school don't want him, that don't mean he ain't a great player. That's
no,
one.
we're not saying he's not a great player.
Okay, so
It's
the
just
academics. Okay, all right, this is what I'm saying. I get what you about to say, bro. You about to say that if his academics ain't good enough for US Alabama, it ain't good enough for USC. This
no,
dude,
it ain't, I don't even think it's the outlet. I have no like I'm not moving back on the fact that like he can't get an SC. SC can get anybody they want to get an SC.
all
That's
right,
a that I've said that and I'm gonna keep saying it and I stand on that because I know for a fact they can do it. So my whole thing is that there's something else. And what they're putting out in a narrative to not knock the kid and tear down his whole fucking career, which you never want to do with a kid, is they're just putting out academics. There's something else that we don't know about. That's what I'm saying. There's something else within the challenges, like within whatever it is, we don't know, and we can try to guess it, we can try to figure it out, but we don't know.
all
And,
right, all right.
and, and
Am I wrong? Am I wrong for saying I know? Am I wrong for saying it's more of a USC problem than it's his kid problem? Am I wrong in saying that the real reason is because we ain't flexible? Like just like Know Thyself, No Truth said. He said he talking to me too. He said, "Bro, USC is still a college, right? Bro probably got trash PE units. USC in Big Ten schools ain't accepting nobody with trash grades, right?
Mhm.
So this is what I'm saying. If his grades, first of all, if his grades is that trash, then you won't even be able to get into Virginia Tech. I'm
I
saying
said,
if you
no,
can
no,
get
no,
into
no, no,
Virginia
no, no,
Tech,
no, no,
hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on, hold
Oh,
on, hold on.
I got some game for you on this shit. You
Hold
want to
on, let me say
you
something.
want to
Look.
talk some game on this one? I got you. Okay,
All right,
so
look.
what?
Hold on. Let me finish making this point.
All right.
If his grade good enough to go to Virginia Tech, then USC, they're not bending that much to accept his academics. It ain't like his grades ain't good enough for no D1. You feel what I'm saying?
But his grade is only good for some D1s. So I'm
But
not
that's what
gonna
I'm saying.
hear me
Some should
out.
be good enough.
Hear me out. I had a cousin, that she wanted, that loved him. He played in the NFL. Monster, right? He couldn't go to SC. He wanted to go to SC. His desire was to go to SC. That's all he wanted. They wanted them, all them three linebackers that went to Arizona State that year. All of them. They wanted all of them. Those kids had academic issues. They had very like extreme academic issues. They had other challenges too. Not I'm not going to go into their challenges, but I would say they had high challenges with other points in life to where they couldn't get in the SC. They all went to Arizona State. Arizona State is one of those schools that has a lower acceptance for like basically it don't matter. Just come to the school.
Hey, let me ask the chat. Hold on, let me ask the chat. Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all think USC should be flexible with their academics to get talent like this on campus. Put a one in the chat, right?
It
If you
ain't
feel
about
like
but hey
you
man,
feel like,
hey,
hold on, if you feel like we shouldn't be flexible,
we could
and
be
put,
flexible,
put a number two in the chat.
but
So
there's
number one, if
challenges.
we should make room, if we should make flexes, forget all the challenges. I don't care. We're a private school. If y'all think that we should be flexible with the academics to get this dude on the team. Put 1. If y'all think no, put 2. All right, it's 50-50 right now.
All right, Carter. No one man makes a team.
But you build it brick by brick.
You build it brick by brick, but not one man makes a team. So it's like, and you can't never like justify anything by like you making one bad decision to sacrifice everything.
How? Like, what's the risk? Like,
it's just like you said. No. Now we're gonna go with what you said earlier. What's the risk versus reward? Sometimes there's a higher risk than there is a reward from it.
What's the risk?
Okay, a risk, we get the kid on campus. Something happens to where maybe he's had other challenges or other things. And then now it affects not only what is going on in the school year. Okay, all right. I'll give you the best fucking example. Let's just put it like this. Let's say that Bear Alexander went to Oregon and pulled that shit he did. And everything he did at Oregon before anything, he went to Georgia, and instead of Georgia, he went to Oregon, right? And then now he wants to come to SC. Would you take him?
That ain't got shit to do with what's
No, that's what I'm saying. No. I'm just giving you an example. Would you take him?
You can't compare him to Bear. He didn't quit.
I'm not comparing him to Bear. I'm just saying situations. So it's like, but would you take him? Would you be like, Bear? No, you can come over here. You done been over to all these damn high schools. You done been over here to all these damn colleges.
Bro, that's not a comparison you can make. Bear
already but you don't know what the situation is.
Hold on. Bear went to 5 different high schools, and now he going on his 3rd different college. Bear been to 8 damn schools in 7 years. How we gonna do this? How you comparing that to this kid?
All I'm telling you is like you don't know the situation,
bro. I'm saying, all right. Look, I ain't even gonna ask hypothetical. I say risk to risk because I know it ain't no goddamn. There's no risk. Only thing can happen is he don't pan out and he don't play. The risk is just like any player you give a scholarship that don't fucking pan out.
Bro, you don't know. You don't know.
Risk is the same risk. No, like, bro. So this is what y'all saying. Right. Y'all saying that giving this kid a chance and he blow that chance, that's gonna fuck up our whole team. I'm done, bro. I'm done with this conversation. I'm just done, bro.
Okay. So we no. We fucked up. Okay, so how much if we had Bear that was in there this past year? How much difference would that have been if he stayed in there and actually played and actually balled out? Would have been difference for our season.
Y'all saying that a player that ain't even on the team right now never played.
I know that's the thing.
If he came on his team and didn't pan out, it's gonna hurt us. No, only thing it's gonna hurt is him. You blew your opportunity. Y'all acting like we sacrifice, like we dropping the bag and we pan on him when we could have got something.
Now I will tell you this: if we not dropping the big bag on him.
Of course, y'all say we ain't got no competitors. We ain't got to drop a big bag. Y'all say everybody don't want them. So, of course, it's not a big bag.
What's his
part? On the low. He would be on the low.
Oh, well, if he on the low, shit, I guess.
I mean, how y'all gonna sit up here and say he's not a high commodity and how so many people don't want him and think he's commanding a bag?
I'm saying. Hold on. Listen to me. I'm saying you bring them in. Let's just exclude the academics. Let's just take the academics off the table, right? We're gonna take that off the table, right? For the sake of this conversation. Let's just say you bring them in to kick the tires. And I'm just using that as a metaphor. You bring them in to kick the tires, see how it would fit. Again, you interviewing them almost like interviewing for a job. And Riley's going to leave it up to Lynn, and I think he's playing the edge, right? And Coach Newell to decide, yeah or nay, whether or not we're going to bring him in. You think that if we could squeeze him in, if there was any way that they could squeeze him in, not knowing the situation that Lynn and Newell would not bring this kid in, if they knew that he could get home and help Lynn defensive scheme work, they would do everything within their power to bring that kid in. We're saying that the unknown is we don't know why they didn't bring this kid in, but for some reason, a lot
They're
of other
not doing
schools
it.
passed on him too, not just us, but a lot of schools that need that position that could use a player like him with his skill set. A lot of other schools passed on him too, not just us. So it has to be something else there, and this is taking academics off the table. If something else is there, that's what my man is saying.
Okay, so this is
Bro,
okay.
there's
Hold
something
on.
else
Let me
going
respond to that.
on.
Let me respond to that because you be long-winded. Let me respond real quick, and I'm gonna let you cook. I'm saying that then we shouldn't even have no on the fringe bubble players. We don't know if we want them or not on visits. Then, if we, this is what I'm saying. If I could agree with y'all 100%. I'm just saying if it was like that's with him, then why even bring him on campus if he
That's
had to
fair.
interview?
That's
If
that's
he had,
fair. That's
he
Yeah,
had
fair.
because you always want to
if
see
he
what
had
the
That's
to be
fair.
talent
Martin
level
Luther
is.
King, if he had to be Martin Luther King with his character, I ain't even gonna bring a player in if I'm like, man, his character got to be right, and if his character right, then yeah, then you ain't that talented, then you ain't that dude. I'm only bringing you in if I watched your film and said I got to have him. So if I agree with y'all saying, then they must look at this dude and say, okay, he cool. We ain't gotta have him. We'll take a look at him. He cool.
They may say we got to have it, but whatever else is going on, we can't have it.
All right. I'm just saying, and I'm just saying, if that's the case, then we shouldn't even be putting people on visits if we don't have. Then we wasting money. We might as well save that money. So say if he did pass our little Martin Luther King character test, right? And then we put money on him, but we don't believe and he ain't feel like a player we got to have.
Maybe
And
they
that's a
wanted to,
waste of money.
but
This is
no.
what I'm saying. I
Maybe
don't
they
think
wanted,
the coaches.
maybe they
I don't
wanted
think
to
the
see it for
coaches.
themselves. Like you can go off of everything everybody else says, but it's like let me bring him in and see it for myself. And then when they bring
I
him to it
know.
and see it
I'm
for
saying,
himself,
look. I know. I might not even bring your players in if I feel like this visit can change me wanting him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even going to bring a player in if something on this visit that he could do to make me not want him.
right?
That's
Well,
all
I'm
I'm
Here's
saying.
the
saying,
thing.
I'm only bringing
I think I
players.
think
I'm only bringing
I,
players that I feel like only way I don't want them if I feel like they about to go to jail or something like they thugging.
I, I think I would compare it to how the NFL bring in players to try them out. They pay them, right? So they might bring them in, maybe in the off season or maybe during the season, try them out to see, how they would fit or see how they move or even give them what you call a physical fitness test. A lot of those players that they bring in and try out, even though they pay them a little small bag, maybe $35,000, $50,000, these are vets too that they bring in. They don't sign all of them.
All right, so
That's the
all
only
right,
thing that I could think of. That's the only
look,
thing I could think of.
all right, look. All right,
there's
so y'all.
something that
All I'm saying is,
bottom.
look. All I'm saying is, y'all got to stand on that, right? So USC priority, just he said, because I ain't gonna lie, most of the people in the chat was with y'all. Most of the people put two. Now USC priorities just said, Carter, watch him go to West Virginia or Virginia Tech, and we could revisit this conversation. No, it's too late because if he go to Virginia Tech and ball out, y'all got to stand on. Y'all got to still say USC made the right decision. And I know in your heart, if this kid go to Virginia Tech and get 12 sacks, y'all gonna be like, damn, we should have got him. But I ain't gonna let y'all do that shit. I'm gonna say, remember that live, and y'all supported this shit. So that's the type of decision I made that I know I ain't gonna regret in the future. I know that if this kid went to Virginia Tech and got 15 sacks, I'll be like, God, I'll be mad.
Mm-hmm.
So what y'all saying, y'all gotta be saying this also. If he go to Virginia Tech and ball out, I still can't be mad. I still support that decision. I don't give a fuck if he got 20 sacks. But y'all gonna be lying. You will lie if you sit here and say if he went to Virginia Tech and tore it up and became a first round draft pick, y'all would not stand on that decision. Y'all be like, man, Carter, you was right. We should have took a chance on him. So
Well, it's just
why
like
choose a
I'll give
decision?
you.
Hold on. Why choose a decision that has the potential to regret? If I take him on the team, I ain't gonna regret if he don't pan out. He just don't pan out. Just like a high school recruit might not pan out. It's somebody in this class, this high school class that we got right now, that's not going to pan out. But it still was worth the risk. It still was worth the try. Everybody ain't gonna pan out. So if he don't pan out, that's a part of the college game. So there's no risk. It's only reward, bro.
Nah, Carter. I
So
think
why
it
choose
was
a
like
decision that could come with regret?
these guys. They're
All
looking
right,
at
y'all
it.
stand on that. Stand on that.
No, I'm gonna
I'm
stand
gonna
on
be
it.
room for this kid. I'm gonna be room for this kid. And
Yeah, I'll be rooting for him
every
too.
sack
I
this
root for all the
kid,
kids,
I'm
but
gonna let y'all know, and I'm gonna let the world know. Hey, B Jinx and JA said we didn't want this dude.
all I'm saying
Look
is
at
that
what USC priority just posted, man. He said hindsight is always 20/20, fam.
when he's
It ain't
right,
We
he
gonna
can
be
gonna
say
do that.
that.
hindsight. It ain't gonna
Right,
be
right.
hindsight if he go out and ball.
Okay, okay. All right.
Look,
Well, you know
hindsight.
that way that
Look,
worked the same way in reverse though,
look,
Carter.
look.
What would you say
No,
if he go there
not
and he
hind.
don't
Look,
pan out?
it's not
What would you?
hindsight. It's a mistake. You could say hindsight about the Portland Trailblazers not drafting Michael Jordan #1. You could say hindsight for the Charlotte Hornets trading Kobe Bryant. You know what happened? The Charlotte Hornets and the Portland Trailblazers made a goddamn mistake. And if they could do
Yep.
it again, they would have kept Kobe and they would have goddamn drafted Jordan.
Hey,
So
hey,
just like
but
I said, if this kid ball out at Virginia Tech, y'all sitting here lying right now on this live, sitting here like y'all ain't gonna regret that shit.
no. What
That
we're
will
saying
mean,
is,
hold on, that will mean we made the wrong decision. If he
yeah,
goes to
but
Virginia Tech and ball out and we could have had him and we said no, we made the damn wrong decision. But y'all gonna
okay.
stand on it because we men, I guess, our pride is too much to be able to be like, that
It
was
has
a
nothing to
mistake.
do about that. So let's go back to the Portland Trailblazers comment that you made. They
Yeah.
didn't take Mike because, first
They
of
had
all, you
Clyde
didn't know Mike
Drexler.
was going to be Mike, but they had Clyde Drexler. So there was no.
Still was
So
the
so hold on, hold on.
go
So
ahead.
there was no need to bring in Mike because he pretty much was the same, had the same measurables and the same skill set. We didn't know that Mike was going to turn into MJ. Nobody knew that.
But check
But
it
if you
out.
got
The
a pass,
Lakers.
hold on.
Go
Hold,
ahead.
hold
I'm
on,
finna
hold
cook
on,
that shit. I'm finna cook that shit.
hold on. But Clyde Drexler actually came in before Mike, and he was a pretty good player. So, of course, hindsight, 20, 30, 40 years down the line, damn, we should took MJ instead of taking Mike. You just never know. The kid might go there and ball out, but then again, the kid might go there and fizzle out. You don't know that.
And
All we
check
know is this. All we know is this. The coaching staff, like Lynn, and I trust Lynn, and I trust Noah, decided not to take this kid for whatever reason we don't know.
there's something that's going on where they don't want to take the kid. Even if the kid balls
hold
out,
on.
no
I
no
want
no.
to
I
cook.
feel like
No,
even
hold
if
on.
the
I
kid
want to
balls
cook
out,
on
they would.
This Clyde Drexler Jordan shit.
Go
You
ahead.
just said the Trailblazers didn't draft Michael Jordan because they already had Drexler playing the 2 guard.
Yeah, they
Right.
drafted Bowie.
All right, now check it. The Lakers already had Eddie Jones at the 2 guard, who was an all-star averaging 20 plus points. He was the best player on the Lakers. He was a fan favorite. I used to have his jersey before Kobe came. But Jerry West said, we don't give a damn. We drafting the best player. We're not passing up on talent.
Yeah, but he was a very good
Check
talent
this
scout.
out. And check this out. That didn't stop the Lakers from getting Kobe. So the Portland Trailblazers, they're dumb. They should have
That's
got
it,
Jordan because he was the best
bro.
player.
That's a total different.
Hold on. I'm
Yeah,
still talking about that. They made a mistake. Like, why are y'all sitting on here capping? Y'all know if the Portland Trailblazers could do it again, they would have drafted Jordan. Y'all know damn well the Lakers happy that they traded for Kobe, even though they had an all-star in his position. Y'all know damn well the Charlotte Hornets wish they would have drafted Kobe. We really
Yeah.
finna sit here and
Hold
act
on.
like that
Hold on. We're
over
not disputing
USC.
that. We're not disputing that. We're saying that nobody knew that Mike was going to turn into MJ. So you could say that now.
Bro,
That's where hold on. That's where the hindsight comes into play at, though, Carter, is what we're saying. Nobody knew that Mike was going to be MJ. Nobody knew that he was going to be the GOAT. But if you got a Clyde Drexler and you got Mike coming out of North Carolina, we like, well, Clyde been in the league. He's just pretty much the same player. We might as well go and get what we need, a center, which is why they drafted Sam Bowie. That's what we're saying.
And this is what I'm saying. It was a goddamn mistake.
It
It's
was, but we know that after the fact, though.
No. Y'all, how y'all try to have it both ways, bro?
We not having it both ways.
It's not both ways.
Hold on. They didn't draft Jordan. They draft Sam Bowie. It was a bust. And y'all justifying that shit too? The problem is that, hold on. If you ain't done cooking on that point, I will let you go. But I thought you said what you said.
No, I was just giving a retort, though. I was giving a retort.
Okay,
you didn't know that on draft. You don't know that on draft night. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to draft night 1984.
I get it.
Let's go back in the time. Hold on. Let's go back in the time capsule right now. Let's go back in the time capsule. We headed back to draft night 1984, right? We don't know what Sam Bowie gonna be. We don't know what MJ gonna be. We don't know, but we know we got a Clyde Drexler, and we're looking at a Michael Jordan in the league. At the time, he was Mike Jordan. He wasn't even Michael Jordan. He was Mike Jordan. And we knew that Sam Bowie was one of the best college players in Kentucky basketball history. That's what we knew. That's what the facts were we were given at that time. Okay, let's go and get what we need. We need a center because we have a Clyde Drexler who actually came into the league, I think, around 82, 83, 81 or 82.
Yeah.
So we got a young Clyde Drexler who's a baller. We don't know what Mike is going to be, so let us just focus on Clyde and build around Clyde. That's what we're saying.
Bro.
Well, here.
Hold on.
No. Hold on. Carter, give me this one. Carter, just give me this one. Carter,
y'all
just give me
both on the same side. Y'all both are.
No. I'm gonna tell you like this. There's something off that they know, and whatever's off, the kid only got 1 year of play. So we're going into NBA and all that, which is great. That's cool.
No, look.
But this kid is not a franchise guy.
Let's keep it real. We don't know it is something off. That's an assumption. I could be just as right as you. You could be right in saying it's something off, and I could be right by saying it's just that our fucking administration don't want to be flexible with the academics and they not serious about football. You can't, y'all acting like y'all know it's something wrong, like what y'all right.
No, it's not that we're saying that, but I'm just going off what they said.
That it's all these schools, so it gotta be something wrong with this kid. That's what y'all saying. But I'm saying that's a goddamn assumption. It ain't no character. You can't read not one report about no goddamn character issue about that kid. So if we gonna sit here and say it gotta be something with this kid, then that's just your assumption. Y'all presenting it like it's fact though, like it gotta be something wrong.
No, the coaching staff is presenting it that way, not us, because we're not making a decision. The coaching staff is saying, "Hey, look."
I guess y'all ain't listening to me because I said 30 minutes ago. I think the coaching staff want him, and I think the administration ain't doing what they got to do to get him. I've been already said that. But back to the Clyde Drexler shit. Let me ask you this, bro. If I'm a GM, right, and I draft a player, he a diamond in the rough. I draft him at number 20. Nobody was high on him. I seen him. I believed in him. I drafted him. Matter of fact, say if he was projected number 20 and I said, fuck, I took him at number 1. I feel like this is the best player in the draft. Now, if I hit on that player that was projected 20 if in the draft and he come out to be the best in the draft, what am I gonna get credit for? Ain't they gonna say, oh, okay, he a great GM. He knows talent. Am I right? You can get credit like this dude get late draft. Like the San Antonio Spurs. They always got late draft picks, but made great draft picks. So they GM became known for he got a great eye for talent. He drafted Ginobili in the second round. He got Tony Parker when he was a sleeper. Blah, blah, blah. Right? So if you get credit for finding a sleeper, you get the negative credit when you looked at Jordan and didn't know he was going to be Jordan. That's your fault. You should be a goddamn expert. You should have been able to look at Jordan and tell he was going to be a star. You know why? Because that's your goddamn job.
Hold on. So
to
you
say,
telling me?
So to say that they didn't know he was going to be Jordan, then that just means you just ain't that goddamn good at your job. Because Jordan was on the Olympic team. Jordan was on that college team in 1984 that beat the NBA All-Stars. They had a game where the college All-Stars played the NBA All-Stars and the college won, and Michael Jordan was busting Drexler ass. So they knew Michael Jordan was going to be the shit. They didn't know probably he was going to be the GOAT, but it wasn't like he was a regular player coming out of North Carolina. He came out early in a period where most players stayed off 4 years. Jordan came out his sophomore year because they knew he was going to be a superstar. So to say they didn't know Jordan was going to be Jordan is kind of disingenuous when they seen him on college dropping 30 on NBA players in the Olympic game, college players versus NBA All-Stars. Jordan and Patrick Ewing them whooped on Larry Bird and Isaiah Thomas them. Do y'all remember that game? Some of y'all listening is probably too young to remember, but I remember because I'm a basketball historian. So to act like Jordan wasn't the shit coming out of college is a goddamn lie.
We never said that he wasn't good, Carl. We're saying
no,
that nobody knew that.
If you looked at Jordan and you didn't think he was going to be better than Drexler, then that's your fault. That means that you're not that a goddamn good of a GM. You're not that goddamn good to iron talent like Jerry West. Jerry West was able to get Kobe at 13 because all the other NBA teams didn't think Kobe was going to be that good. But Jerry West, probably the greatest general manager in NBA history, seen Kobe and say Kobe was going to fucking be the GOAT. So we give Jerry West that credit for knowing great players. And he drafted Kobe because he projected Kobe to be better than Eddie Jam Jones. So if Portland then project Michael Jordan to be better than Clyde Damn Drexler, then they GM to know what the hell he was doing. So like I said, if this kid go to Virginia Tech and get 15 sacks, USC, they know what the hell they was doing.
Fam, you act like Clyde Drexler was a scrub.
And you act like Eddie Jones was a scrub. Eddie Jones was all defense. Hold on. Eddie Jones was all defense. He was in his prime. He was averaging 20. Him and Cedric Ceballos was leading the Lakers. He was the future before Kobe came. He made an all-star team when Kobe was on the team. So you act like Eddie Jones wasn't a scrub. I'm not saying Clyde Drexler was a scrub. I'm saying if you a great GM, you should have noticed. You should notice its levels to this shit. You should have noticed that Jordan was on another level than Clyde Drexler. And if you knew that, you would have drafted the greatest player of all times. So you made that mistake by not being good enough. So like I said, if this dude go to Virginia Tech and get 15 sacks, I don't care what y'all say. USC didn't know what they was doing, and they made the wrong decision with this one. Period. That's period, bro. Now, y'all could cook. If y'all still want to argue them facts, then go ahead, bro. I don't know what to tell y'all. Because y'all, even if we went to Virginia Tech and get 15 sacks, we made the right decision. What?
All I'm saying, to get back to the original point, there's something that's not flowing with any.
No, let's change the subject though, bro, because there's no reports on this kid character. So we is not gonna sit here and hold assumption. If y'all gonna make that argument, we gonna change the subject. If we gonna make an argument about is something with him when there's no reports about that. There's nothing. That's like convicting somebody guilty just for that. That's like driving while black. Oh, you black. You gotta have something on you. Oh, you a Mexican, you Hispanic. Oh, you gotta have something. It gotta be something about your character. No, how about it's the crooked cop that's targeting you? How about it's USC administration not doing what they need to do? Yeah, USC priority character was made up on this live. Nobody else talked about this kid character. We
don't know.
Make an excuse for USC.
So we okay. So every kid that we don't get, it's got to be something about it, or is it just like this particular kid?
I'm saying if we invited this dude on campus and we showed that interest, if we didn't get him, it's because he didn't want to come and he wanted to go somewhere else, or our administration or our NIL didn't do what they needed to do. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this ain't got. I'm saying I'm willing to bet this ain't got nothing to do with his character because we ain't never heard nothing about it. And if it did, that story would have hit the media because these colleges would have made sure it got out there for why they ain't trying to do this kid. I see it in the media all the time where they even make up stories to justify why somebody ain't got a job, why somebody didn't get signed. But it ain't nothing out there on this kid, bro. So we're if he listening to this live, I'll be mad. Like, what are these dudes talking about? My character. Like, y'all don't know me.
We don't know.
Y'all profiling this dude.
I'm
Y'all
not
acting like
nobody profiling. We don't know.
Y'all acting like the LAPD. Y'all assuming something wrong with him. That's wrong.
No, we're not assuming anything. We're just saying that the coaching staff don't know and we don't know. We're not saying anything's wrong with the kid. We just don't know. We don't know whether or not it's a fit. We don't know whether or not it's a fit position as far as from a scheme wise or what the guy expects, whether or not he might be expecting to get 40, 50 snaps a game, and the coaching staff is saying that, hey, look, well, we can only give you 25 snaps a game because we got this 18 and 19-year-old kid that's behind you that we try to develop in a Cam Fountain or Braylon Shepard, or even the new kid that they're bringing in, the one that Henny got. Stewart, hey, look, we want to get him so many snaps a game. We're saying we just don't know. We're not saying that the kid has any character issues or anything.
I can respect that. Now I can respect that, B. Jeans. That make more sense. Like the kid might have came in and say, "I want to be a starter guarantee," or "I want a certain amount of snaps." Now I'll accept that over some character shit. It maybe wasn't a fit for him. He may wanted a guaranteed bigger role. I could roll with that. Now you talking, but that other shit to me that wasn't that to me that was some BS y'all was on. But that point could be the exact reason because we got Shelby, we got Fountain. We probably told him like, "Hey, look. It ain't no guarantee you're gonna be another dude on the depth chart," and he wasn't feeling that. Now I can rock with that, but I can't rock with attacking his character though, y'all. Like we got to be careful with that because we don't know this dude.
Right.
So I can rock with that though, B Jinx. Like you bringing me back to the middle. Okay, now if y'all pushing that narrative, I feel y'all. I can consider that. The other shit I couldn't consider, bro. But to me, that makes sense. We got Shelby, we got Fountain.
We got the other kid. What's the other kid name that Henry bringing in? What's the kid name? The freshman.
Jakeem Stewart.
Jakeem Stewart, he got to look at being developed too.
Lucas coming back. I know
he got Lucas coming back. Yeah. That could be the situation. Hey, look, coaches, I'm looking to get 40 to 50 snaps a game because I'm trying to get to the league. Well, hey, look, we can't promise
numbers, money involved, all that. Like it's crazy.
And if y'all think I'm tripping, I apologize. I'm just passionate about this team. And if y'all telling me we ain't getting players, if I feel like if we ain't getting players because we being bougie, I'm gonna be mad at that. If I feel like we ain't getting players because you know what I'm saying, if we could wiggle them in, I feel like we should be doing whatever it can to compete because we don't got a bag. So if we don't got a bag, we got to use everything else to our best ability.
No, that's for sure. But it's like, but all I was trying to say, but we don't know. We don't know what that situation is like. We don't know what's going on in that situation.
Do y'all know,
you know what I mean? It ain't about knocking the kid or anything. It's like, but we don't know. And there's obviously something going on in that situation where they're like, if they back off, then they back off. It ain't about anything that are going on with him. Like we could bring up 1,000 different things that we could try to figure it out. But they can even be at a point to where they're like, oh, we have what we want. Like it's cool. Like if you're not gonna be like, or maybe he didn't just fit. Maybe he wasn't willing. Maybe they know like, oh, we got Braylon. Okay, we got Cameron. Okay, we got we got our new freshman coming in. We got Gus Cordova. Like if you can't just fit in the mix, then hey, you're not gonna be here.
Yeah, I feel it. Like
you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I keep saying it's something else. It's not. It ain't got nothing to do with like if the kid was a screw up or a F up or whatever. Like nah, nobody's saying that. It's just like there's something else that's not matching up to where it's not happening.
The only two things I can think of is what B. Jing said. Maybe he want a bigger role. This probably is, I think, his NFL year. Maybe he wanted to be promised a bigger role in the defense, right? And I'm just saying, if it's the other things, if it's academics, if that was the thing, then we should have wiggled and we should have made a way that we should have got around that.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Especially if we believed in him and he did fit. Like, so say if
academics is never a part. Academics is never a part of it when it comes to FC.
All right,
I
then
told
cool.
you off dribble. I said it here on the live and everything. They could get anybody into that campus that they want to. Just so
All
there
right.
has to be something else. We don't know. They know though.
Elijah Hughes still in the portal. Yup.
Is he? A lot of kids, listen, man. A lot of those kids that's jumping in the portal like that, man, they're not gonna end up with any places to go.
Nope.
Let's just keep that because there's too many kids in that portal looking for the same thing. They're looking for money and opportunities. So they don't want to be depth chart pieces, and I can respect that. A kid feeling like, hey, look, I can go somewhere else and start. Even if it's a lower level, I can accept that. But you looking to get to another Power Five school when they stacking as much 5-star and experienced players. If you're a newer kid, man, it might be more beneficial for you to just sit where you are, get the development that you need, get you some film time, wait your time, and then once you get your opportunity, get in there and shine before you jump your butt into this portal because a lot of kids gonna have some hurt feelings.
Hold on. Everybody going to the ops. They said Hughes went to Notre Dame. Like,
he went to where?
Notre Dame. Oh no, I'm sick. Now hold on, bro. I was just about to get off the live, but what? Elijah Hughes went to Notre Dame, bro?
Are you for real?
Bro, that's what they said in the chat. I'm finna look it up. Like, this is crazy. Like, I don't like this, B Jinx. How Elijah Hughes good enough for Notre Dame ain't good enough for us, though. Notre Dame defensive line is dominant. They know what they do.
That's what we're trying to build. I trust in Henny. You said Henny, your guy, right? I trust in Henny, and I trust in Lynn. I trust in Noah, and if again, Elijah, Hughes, because Elijah Newby is the linebacker, right? That's the linebacker, right? Elijah. Okay, if Elijah Hughes wants to go, and I got to choose between him or Cam Fountain, give me Cam Fountain. If I got to choose between him or Anthony Lucas, give me Anthony Lucas. If I got to choose between what?
Because he don't play their position. He played.
What position he played
on the inside? He wasn't playing
interior.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we still got. Don't that kid from Kentucky play inside? What's his name?
He
Silver?
left before we got that kid.
Okay. What about Devin Tompkins? Right.
Yeah, he played inside.
Devin Tompkins is pretty much proven that he was a project that they brought along that's out of Cali, right?
Yeah, because they brought him. He was 6'6", 220 pounds.
Right. So yeah. So give me a Devin Tompkins that has really put his feet in the fire and got that experience, man. So give me him. If you're gonna bring in Jakeem Stewart, play him on the inside. Give me Jakeem Stewart. This kid look like he really has has the potential to really be somebody. And then Henny really wanted him, so I trust in Henny with that. And if I wish the kid luck, except for when he played against us. But I really trust in Henny, to make those right decisions when it comes to that interior defensive line.
Yeah, but I'm
not upset at that long.
All these players that left our team, they went to the ops. We gonna play them and all that. Kyron Hudson, Bear, Emmanuel Pregnon, Elijah Hughes, and they going to teams that's better than us.
Yeah, but look at the kids that we played against this year too. The kid from Nebraska, he had the interception.
What was
Um,
that kid name? The cornerback.
the
What
cornerback.
was his
So
name?
like, and then we played against we both like we all know. Oh, I can't think of his name. Um, we also played against Wisconsin, who had what's the linebacker we had last year?
USC priority. You forgot Gus Cordova. Don't forget him in the mix.
And then we also
Gus
played against
Cordova, I
CJ
think.
Williams.
Yeah, and I forgot about Jade. I forgot about Jade.
Yeah, G Day.
G Day. Yeah, I forgot about him. So I think we straight along that D line, bro. To
Yeah,
be
I think
honest,
he is. I
I
mean,
think
I ain't
I
gonna
think we
lie.
straight.
I would put Elijah Hughes behind a lot of our players. I would. I ain't that mad about Elijah Hughes, but I'm still like, bro, he went to Notre Dame.
Yeah, and he gonna have to be developed at Notre Dame too. I don't think he gonna get there and get no starting position. I don't anticipate it, but give me our defensive line. And who was this USC part? They put it in the chat. You got I forgot about Floyd Ducard is out of Florida. You got
He
Right.
freshman though. He a
Kobe
freshman.
Pepe. Yeah, Kobe Pepe, Carlon Jones. So I think our
And then
future is
Ratu,
straight.
that dude, Ratu, I
Right.
think that kid's gonna be different when
Yeah,
he
he
gets
already,
going.
Booker.
yeah, he already 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Right. So
Come on.
I think we straight along that defensive line, bro, to be
Now I do
honest.
no look, I do think we straight in the interior. I ain't gonna lie. It's that
Yeah.
outside. I'm happy I got you to come with me on we need another edge. That's why I'm
Yeah.
arguing with y'all so hard,
Yeah.
BJ, because we were just talking about we need another edge.
Right.
That dude
Right.
had
Right.
10 sacks.
I agree with you. At first I wasn't on the edge thing, but then I started looking back, at some of those games we played about how we just couldn't get home, to the quarterback, and that's why a lot of our DBs, a lot of our coverages, we had to play bail on or play, 8 to 9 yards off on. So I'm in agreement with that. We do need another edge.
Man, it was games I watched where the quarterback could have made breakfast in the pocket.
Oh, for sure.
And was bad even when we did break free, the quarterback with his sidestep our rush. They'll whiff.
Yeah, we get there, we wouldn't break down. We
Man,
get,
like,
he
man.
just sidestep and get outside of containment. I'm like, dang man, whoever they bringing off this edge or
Be the
doing this
wrong
late
angle.
blitz, not getting him down. You know what I'm saying? Break down when you get there and get the dude down. They would fly right by him. He would either sidestep or dip his shoulder. And I'm like, man, break down when you get there and get him on the ground.
But they didn't break free that often. So when they did, they was hella excited.
Like Cobb was. Like Cobb was. Cobb get to the hole and run right by the running back. I'm like, damn, man.
Right,
Right. For
right.
sure.
The
So
ball just passed you, man. Get
Right.
to the hole and break down and see the ball carrier and make the stop.
hell yeah. So hopefully,
You know,
so
before he got hurt, you know who happened that the most with?
Who?
Anthony Lucas. He was always right there. Never got him.
Uh
I didn't see Anthony Lucas too many. What happened with Lucas? He'll get there too late. I didn't see too many like straight whiffs. Like I didn't see too
but
many people that sidestepping. I was
I
seeing
just thought
Lucas.
he was real slow. I just
Yeah,
thought
he
he
would
was
just
real
get there
slow.
half second too late.
Right.
Or we didn't have no rush up the middle, so the quarterback was able to just step up in the pocket. I think
Which
that's
I
why
think is going to change this year.
they whiff so many times too, because all the quarterback had to do was step up in the pocket.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Something that Miller Moss never did.
So y'all say we need another edge. What y'all feel about the DB in the linebacker situation? Like what we need there?
I think we need another edge, like you said. I think we need at least two linebackers. I think we need another corner. I think that would pretty much make that defense, complete as far
So
as from
four
a
more
depth
players
standpoint. Four
on
more on
D.
the defensive side. On the defensive side, yeah, four more.
Okay. What about the
Um,
offensive side? Oh, go ahead, J. What you think about the defensive side?
two linebackers for sure. The DMs, I'm kind of cool with them. Like I'm cool with the defensive line. If y'all want to keep stacking, I guess just stack it. But
I'm cool with the interior, but you don't think we need a proven dude that's gonna get the quarterback now? You want to roll the dice again?
I mean, I think, well, in my perspective, having those big beef eaters up front is going to help them get to the quarterback. Those
That
youngsters
middle,
we
the
got.
interior pressure.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot, dude. We don't got that. Like, we didn't have it. You putting Nate Clifton and Gavin Meyer, and they playing all those daggone snaps, and they're like at 185, 190. Now you got kids that's like 320 in the middle of there. That's a different type of look.
So what y'all think about the O line? Like I'm scared. Like I feel like we need to find a left guard.
Yeah,
Left
to what?
guard. I think we need a, someone to take Pregnant's position because what DJ Wingfield, I think he's just a what? He's just a serviceable player, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not predicted to be the starter. So
Well, the only thing that's
even with
scary about him, B Jinx, is that he played at Purdue. Purdue is like one of the worst teams in college football. And it's like, what do you rate him out to be, you know?
yeah. Well, it also depends on your development too, because you got to remember, Pregnant played at one of the worst colleges in football, but he came over and became a beast. So how fast can Hanson, bring those kids up to speed? I do think we need to bring in a potential starter at that left guard, but I also think that we need some experience at right tackle. I
Why
think we
no?
need some.
You don't think you could put one of those two youngsters over there?
I don't know, man.
Like, because we
What
got
was his name?
Tobias and we got the one who played
Trita.
over at left. They said he played it right too this year, though.
What's his name? What's the guy's name that came in for Elijah Page? What was his name?
Jonah, what was it? Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah,
Taonu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Justin Town.
Yeah.
I guess it really depends on what they're gonna look like in the spring, if you ask me, before that portal close.
Right.
If you're really pushing them in practice with those defensive muscles that we brought in and the defensive muscles we already got, if they can hold their own against them, because I do think that we do have Big Ten talent along that defensive line. If they look pretty good against them, then okay, just bring in one more lineman, just bring in the left guard. But if they don't, man, again, this is a make or break year for Riley. So you might want to consider bringing in a right tackle.
USC Priority said he'll understand why our fans underestimate our O line. I mean, because they struggled at times last year.
Big time, big
Yeah.
time they did.
It was inconsistent. They struggled.
They do, but we
Definitely.
do have a lot of the cupboard's not bare.
Yeah, it's talent
It's
there.
not bare.
We got cat.
But
We
it's
got
not
cats
developed.
in there. Yeah.
It's not developed. It's not developed. It's not a developed or experienced talent though. And again, like Carter said, we struggled a lot, so much to where we had to bring the tight end, take him out of, you know, play down the field and bring him in to either chip or help out blocking
Yeah.
or use the running back to chip that edge. So you
We was
really
going
was
Max
taking
Pro a
away.
lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Max
So
Pro.
so yeah, so you really was taken away from, your weapons down the field. You saw the tight end down the field because you had to bring them back in and play a 12 personnel as opposed to, letting Riley be able to have access to his whole playbook because, the edges kept, especially in that Michigan game, man. Jesus, in that Michigan game, we got killed.
Oh, they was coming. Hey, I think what happened with that Michigan game, those two deep tackles was killing us so bad that they
It was
just
awful.
brought the edges like it was no tomorrow.
The first half was awful, man. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. So, hold
Hey,
on.
USC Priority. I get what you said. Now I'm just reading the comments, y'all. I get what you saying, USC Priority. We do got talent there, but it is unproven. It still got to be developed, and that's
Mhm.
development ain't a guarantee. So yeah,
Right.
we got Hayden Trader, we got Justin, we got Alana, we got Elijah Page, we got
Tobias Raymond.
Tobias,
Tobias Raymond.
right.
Mm-hmm.
The only one proving is Paige. She the only one that put it on film.
In the center.
Oh yeah, in the
No,
center
no,
for
no.
Syracuse. Yeah, in the
And
center.
a lot, Noah.
Uh, he
I
finished the
mean,
season all right. He
yeah.
finished the season all right, but I still got that
You
mid.
you don't trust Alani Noah? You don't trust Alani Noah, Carter?
Nah.
You
But
don't.
what I did see, it was a coach. All right, this is what I didn't like about Alana Noah. He would lose the leverage battle a lot and get pushed back. You should never get pushed back and use big as him. So maybe that's a coaching issue. Hopefully, Coach Hansen could preach to Noah like, bro, you gotta have leverage. He will stand up at the snap sometime. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now
That's
I
what I'm
feel
saying.
like I feel in a different perspective of that. And the reason why is because I like for me, like I'm all about gaining the kids' confidence. You get a Lonnie Noah on the run, coming off that edge, going on the opposite side. 'Cause y'all know we run that
He
counter
gonna
a
lay
lot.
somebody out. He gonna lay somebody out.
He gonna lay somebody out. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it's
Right.
like, why not like keep the kid on that? That's what I don't understand about Lincoln. Like, if the kid coming in and knocking, he 330 pounds. Like,
But is he athletic enough to run a zone offensive attack or whatever they call that when they pull the guard? Like you got to be athletic.
A zone run scheme.
that's zone
Zone
run.
run scheme. Like
No,
Yeah.
he can run it. They can run it from both sides. The whole problem with them is that they can run. They can do everything in the running game, but their pass blocking is trash.
but
The
that's the
only one I saw that picked up their pass blocking like game was Elijah Page.
that's the thing though. I seen Alana Noah and I ain't gonna lie. I'm really like what really got me negative on Noah was the Michigan game. But I do got to realize that was NFL roster. They got Mason Graham over there. You
Oh yeah.
know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah. They
Right.
definitely had an NFL
So
roster
I
on
got to give him a
that
pass
defensive
because
line.
that's what most of my judgment come because I seen him getting blown up at the line of scrimmage on a run game. Like we getting tackled for losses just because he got blew up. Like I seen it. And I'm like, damn,
On the third game of the season too. You know,
yeah,
like come
it was
on.
early in the season. So I say I start to notice it less during the season. See, when you're an offensive lineman, you don't want to be noticed. If I notice you, you getting whooped.
Right.
I would say as the season progressed, I noticed him less. I didn't see him getting whooped. But in the beginning of the season, he was getting whooped. He was getting whooped. Even in the run game.
Yeah.
And
Well, he kind of got he was
I was
hey
a big fan of Noah come out of high school. I thought that he was gonna be like one of our best. I thought he was gonna be what Paige was at, like for show lock in, like he a dude. So I was watching Noah because I was big on him. And I'm like, damn, he getting blew up.
well, it had to be some type of way they felt about him when they let that other kid go. Because he was, I thought that same thing about him. Viotti? What was the other one that they got from up north?
Um, the offensive lineman.
Yeah. The other guard. They grabbed like four guards, 2 guards.
That same year they got Noah,
Yeah, the one who just left.
Amos Haley.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be the one. He's the
Me
one playing
too. He was a
basketball.
five. Yeah. Amos Haley supposed to be in the one. He supposed to be in the next Deuce Latuya or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, Amos. It seemed like his body. It seemed like he didn't get rid of that baby fat.
No, never worked
And
out.
muscle. His body didn't seem to transform as much as the other dudes did.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna have to call it. This is damn near 1 o'clock here, so I'm gonna have to call it for the night, man. I'm gonna catch up with y'all. All right.
Yeah,
Hey man, it's always love, BJ.
I've been over here for us. I'm gonna call it a night too. Y'all can say y'all last little thing y'all want to say to Troll the family if y'all want to.
I'll let you go
Yeah.
first, BJ.
Okay. Yeah. We. I think the defensive staff. I noticed this one thing, man. A lot. Lynn and Henry not losing a lot off that defense, man. You know, the ones that are leaving really wasn't getting that much burn. I think they're building up a monster defense. We just a few pieces away from Lynn having the defense, the exact defense that he wants. And I think, we're gonna see something different from a defensive perspective. I think, they learn their lesson and they're building depth in those trenches. So it's what I've been saying, since they let a lot of those offensive cats go. That hey, look, I think Riley getting his team Big Ten ready, and I'm excited to see what the spring gonna look like. We just got to add those other few pieces to put this puzzle together and make a run. But I will say this: Riley got to make the playoffs next season. He
Yeah.
got to make the playoffs. If he don't
No,
make the playoffs, you got to let him go.
I think I'm gonna piggyback what you said, BJ. It's like he got to make the playoffs. One thing that I do see with those defensive linemen, that's great. That's awesome. We just got to coach them up. That was a beautiful pickup from NC State for Bishop because now it makes our safeties interchangeable, and we got to start playing our youngsters. That's how I feel about it. I don't care what nobody say. The youngsters got to play. They got to get in the game. They got to get the feel for it, know what it is, and get to the next level. And it's going to be one day at a time. And I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but I'm gonna see what Hassan Longstreet really got. That's just me. I'm gonna see what he got in these first couple of games in the season. I'm gonna see what that kid got. I feel like he's a monster.
Right. And what I'm gonna say is, man, USC, make your next move the best move, man. Hope that linebacker coach is somebody great, somebody that's gonna get excited about. We gotta take calculated steps. We behind, we need to come up. I like the trajectory. I like the direction we going. You feel me? We just need to tighten up a little more. Hopefully, I know the spring portal that's gonna tell us. Get ready for that spring portal. Shore up our holes and keep doing what we doing. Keep our coaches. Please don't let the
Yeah,
anti-league
keep him.
Right, right,
State. Oh, no, please, like, pay the vet. And we got to raise
right.
his
Bam.
salary. Pay the vet. He
Hey,
grows up.
if you got to pay him more than what Riley making, pay him.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like he the real head coach, right?
Vet. Because he took
Right,
over the team. His
right.
defense was top 30. You know what I'm saying? We went from 130 to 30 of like Lincoln Riley offense went down. So, yeah, he the hot coach. We got to keep him. And if we keep that, we cool. I think we gonna be cool. I don't like these players going to the ops, but I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm still bullish on this season. And I like our activity in the portal, so I still think we gonna do more work. And for every player that leave, hey, that's more money, more space for another player. So I think we gonna be cool, y'all. All in all, I just had to bring y'all this live, like just keep an eye out on Deanton Lynn. That's the only thing we worry about right now, Trojan fans.
Right, right.
Keeping Lynn. But until then, y'all, we out this thing. Big Jinx, I know he got to go sleep.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you on the back end. Trojan fans, thank everybody that came through with y'all comments. USC priority, all y'all. And I'm out this thing.
Fight
Peace.
on.
Fight on. Fight
Fight on.
on.